tend to accommodate people. But if you meet somebody on the street, the average Ugandan with every sentence will stretch every single word. What are you saying? How are you? So we're going to try one local lingua. I come from a place from northern Uganda called Apache. That's where my mother's from. My father comes from a place called Gulu. So I'm what they call a half caste. We are what they call Luos. Now, in terms of culture, the Luos are the only African tribe who can actually stand tall and say that they've had a representative in the White House in the United States of America. Hallelujah. Yes, you can clap for that. These are achievements. And we as Africans must take every single win. So as a Luo, when you wake up in the morning, you say, Icho, and then you say, Acho. It means in Africa, you can't say good morning. We don't have that. These things were just brought by other people on boats. So in Africa, we want to establish that you're actually awake. So Icho means, did you wake up? So then you must also answer that, yes, I woke up. So when you say Icho, you say Acho. Icho. Aha. So turn to your neighbor and say Icho and make sure they say Acho. All right. So now that we're all Ugandans by force, one of the interesting things which came out yesterday is that there's so many diverse perspectives, and we had a chance to hear from His Excellency, the President. We heard from ministers from other countries. We heard from captains of industry. And we saw that the diversity and the challenges that you face when it comes to economic development. But I'd like to find out what stood out for you. So I'm just going to walk around the audience. Just take 2-3 minutes before we dive into today's session and just find out what stood out for you. Just tell us who you are and tell me what stood out for you.
Hi, my name is Frank Aswani. I'm CEO at AVPA. I think what stood out for me was the fact that we have to take control of our own future. The days of depending on foreign money, foreign resources are gone. We've got to stand up and be counted with our own.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Frank. Honorable, I'd love to know what stood out for you.
Hey. Morning, everybody. My name is Victoria Sectoreko. What stood out for me is that, honestly, we old people are out of sync with what is happening. And the sooner we accept it, the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'd like to find out what stood out for you. Yesterday, you almost set the room on fire. And I want to find out, did yesterday meet your standards? Is there anything more that we should have emphasized? Is there something that we should have dropped back on?
Thank you very much. I think what impressed me the most was the depth of knowledge around development finance. And also the emphasis on working together as Africans, integration, 1.4 billion people working together. And of course, the need to embrace the AI revolution.
Dennis, you're notably one of the most outspoken individuals, but I noticed you didn't say anything yesterday. So I want to find out, Dennis, what stood out for you?
Hi, my name is Dr. Dennis Matanda. I work for the Trade and Development Bank. Typically speaking, you would think that we are your competition. But when you look at national development finance institutions and regional development finance institutions, we actually have one African issue to solve. There is the need for capital. So there's no competition anymore. There's no fighting for these small projects. It's just collaboration and co-financing. And that's what I realized, because many of the people that I met are fellow bankers, and most of all, passionate about Africa's development. And that's what I saw yesterday. Thank you.
I'm going to send you my invoice for your advert. Telling you. Unbelievable.
Thank you, Mitch. My name is Sam Mugoya from the African Development Bank. I'm based in Cairo, but I'm Ugandan. Am I allowed to buy one and get one free? Okay. Two things for me. I was surprised that Uganda is a leading producer of dairy milk, 5 billion liters per annum. And this came not from a Ugandan, but an Ethiopian. The second learning for me was former Minister Mutambara's missive on AI. I think we are playing catch up. We lost the first industrial revolution, the second one, the third, we might lose the fourth one as well. That was a big takeaway for me. Thank you very much.
Amazing. I'm going to allow backbenchers to participate. You know, in class they say backbenchers are usually people who are asleep, but we want to dismiss that narrative.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eve Zalwango. I work for Ministerial Limited. We're a furniture manufacturing company. For me, what stood out was the president emphasizing infrastructure, that a lot of funders, a lot of development agencies don't emphasize on infrastructure. And the joke that he made, that he doesn't go for those meetings, and when he goes, most times he sleeps.
No, I think the president was actually very on the ball, and one of the key things which stood out from his submission was that he saw the need for a development bank, and I think we need to give a round of applause to UDB for putting this project together. You already have your own microphone. Proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Mitch. My name is Henry Magino, and I'm a former board member of Uganda Development Bank until 3 years ago, but I'm a permanent invitee in this kind of ceremonies. But what touched me yesterday was, there's a gentleman, I don't remember whether he's from South Africa, he talked from the tent and very strongly about our minerals, where minerals in Congo have now, I think, Tshisekedi has signed a pact with Trump to have these minerals exported to America. And then we have our own gold here, and other smaller countries in Africa also have their own resources. But what touched me is that we have failed to synergize ourselves and bring these minerals into one basket where we can actually demand the prices and maybe do value addition. What even depressed me more is about the recycling of phones, where actually those minerals are used. I think it is, what's that mineral in phones? That one. Where it can be harvested from an old phone and recycled into a very big resource. So because of politics, we have failed actually to realize that we have a very big point where when we synergize and aggregate ourselves and we become a very, very strong economic force. So that, I don't know how we are going to resolve that. This forum, of course, perhaps can also talk about it, but it's a very, very depressing point of view. I was very depressed. But again, very hopeful that one day there will be light in the tunnel.
Wonderful. I'll take one question from this side and then one from there. I walked into one of the, I think it was one of the parallel sessions, and it said so many interesting points are being raised, but the question is, are the decision makers in the room to be able to make decisive perspectives on this and be able to actually make a difference? So the question is, do we need to escalate? Do we need to have ministers sitting in to our next development forum?
Thank you so much, Dr. Mitch. My name is Engineer Kavuma from Kira Motors Corporation. Before I submit, please don't send that invoice for advertising. We have our very state-of-the-art electric bus, the only exhibition piece for this summit, by the parking. When you get a minute, please pass by. We indulge you on this one. What stood out for me? One is the fact that development finance is available, and this was really iterated yesterday. But again, secondly, it's about AI. The gentleman who spoke strongly about it yesterday. My only concern with AI is that at the backdrop of it, there is data mining. And we are freely giving this information and data to these platforms. and we just don't know what that data. Right now, I can ask it about my business that I've been training it up, and it can actually give it to me or any other person outside that organization. So that's a data privacy issue. So if we've decided to adopt AI, could we also have a framework to protect or even trade this data so that we are not losing it? Then lastly is the RISE platform that UDB is working on with its partners, where they are pushing for demand generation versus demand capture for key impactful projects. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, I'm an equal opportunity events moderator, and I feel that girl child has not been given the right platform. I'll take one more and then we'll dive into the session. Probably later, maybe after lunch, we'll have a chance to engage more.
Thank you so much. My name is Lindy Wezwane, and I'm from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. A lot of things stood out for me yesterday, but I think one thing was what the president said about the importance of vision and integrity, not only for ourselves and how we choose to lead our lives or lead our organizations, but it's also quite critical for development finance architecture, especially in an age where so many are persecuted, for leading with integrity. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for all the feedback. We'll have more opportunities to engage a bit later. But now we're going to change gears a bit, because we all know that trade is critical to economic development. And our first keynote speaker of the day is a professor with London School of Economics. Please welcome with me Professor David Luke.
Morning. Whilst we're waiting for the presentation to be uploaded, let me just begin by saying that this has been truly a remarkable event, and just like to congratulate the board and the CEO of Uganda Development Bank for staging what is in effect a world-class conference, and also IC for all the facilitation. Let me also say that, once we wait for the presentation, that I've been a trade economist for over 30 years. This is the first time that I've ever been invited to a development finance conference. And I say this deliberately because the trade people don't talk to the finance people. The trade people hardly talk to the foreign affairs people. And to prove my point, is there anyone here from a trade ministry? If so, please put up your hand. Anyone here from a trade ministry? Just as I thought. We need this coordination between all these different arms of economic policy making, and it's not really happening. Let me also give another anecdote as we wait, and that is currently I'm serving on the advisory council that was set up to support the South African government that is hosting the G20. It's called the G20 Advisory Council. It's chaired by the former South African Finance Minister, Trevor Manuel. And in all our discussions, finance has been the main topic. We've been talking about, of course, the debt crisis that African countries face. We've been talking about credit and credit rating, and how unfairly Africa is being treated globally on credit ratings, the prospect for the new African credit rating agency, etc. And it was really left to me to raise the issue of trade, especially since we are in, I would say, a global trade crisis. That did not come up at all in the discussions. And then that led to me writing a paper for the Advisory Council on why Africa needs a new trade deal from the rest of the world, and that's one of the things I'll be discussing here today. I don't know if the presentation has been set up. It has been set up? Okay. Well, I can see it because I thought it might also show up here. Okay. So the first point I wanted to make is, of course, we're in turbulent times as far as trade and trade policy is concerned. But for Africa, at least there are some bright spots. Let's go over them because I think much of the message is going to be depressing, but at least let's look at the bright spots. IMF says Africa average growth for 2026 would be about 4.6%. That's average. I know in Uganda you're expecting more. The growth is driven mainly by demographic shifts, domestic consumption. I think this point is really very important, and it's something I'll come back to when we talk about intra-African trade. But it's also reflected in the fact that intra-African trade is also growing. And here, the Afreximbank report, which just came out, does posit 12.4% intra-Africa trade increase over 2023-2024 to reach 220 billion. And then if you look at other data sources, they're saying the same thing. The UN Comtrade data that is led by UNCTAD says that in 2024 there was an 8.5% growth in intra-African trade, and they compare this to 0.4 growth in Africa's exports to the rest of the world, and then also the growth in world exports. Next slide. But also we're in a state of global uncertainty, and I don't want to dwell too much on this, but you know, the poly crisis, as we all are aware, the global economy is only growing less than what we see for the African economy on average, and the tariff hikes led by the US is creating a lot of uncertainty. And some say that although markets seem to be calm, the stock markets, global stock markets, bond markets, that this might be the calm before the storm, that there might still be a very strong adverse market reaction to what we're seeing. But all the same, you know, these are some key trends. I'll just also highlight the issue around climate change and sustainability, which came out very strongly yesterday, especially in Professor Akebe's intervention, because clearly our future is sustainability. We have to adapt our production processes in that direction. And then also just to mention that the neoliberal consensus, which was also mentioned yesterday, has collapsed. And with it is what was the understanding that developing countries should have special treatment, including aid flows. All of this also came out yesterday. Very quickly, these are the initial tariff hikes for African countries with the very famous 50% increase for Lesotho. As you know, the next slide actually will point this out. There's no basis for these tariff increases. They were done in a haphazard way. No serious trade economist would calculate tariff on the basis of just reciprocal differences in trade flows, because that's not the way it's done. But anyway, this was what came out initially. And in the next slide, I try to explain what actually is been going on in terms of the thinking and the instruments that are being used and so on. I don't want to dwell too much on this, but just simply to make the point that, of course, the Trump tariffs are still being contested in the courts, as you know. We don't actually know what might be the final outcome in all of this. But all the same, this does mean that African countries, which, except for a few that have been exposed to the the tariff hikes just because the trade flows to the US were relatively low, even with AGOA. A few countries stood out like Lesotho, Madagascar, Mauritius, Kenya, etc. But the key point is that as Africans were yet to come together to see how to negotiate and navigate this new reality that is unfolding. And I'll move on to the next point, the next slide. I also wanted to just highlight that it's not just the US that has been using market power to drive its own trade policy priorities. The EU has been doing the same, except of course that the EU does these things in a much more refined way. But basically the EU has a number of instruments that are related to its Green Deal, its emphasis on sustainability, and the constituency that is behind that, because there's a very strong European constituency that supports measures to prevent climate change and so on. But just to highlight that these unilateral measures taken by the EU also impact Africa's trade with the EU. In the case of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, a study that I was involved in shows that the hit to African countries is about 0.2% of GDP every year. But just to make that point, that as part of this transition that's going on, we're also seeing unilateral measures which can be compared to the kind of unilateral measures that the US has also been taking. Next slide. My key argument here is trade flows matter for Africa's development. I always say that Africa has no plan B. There's only one plan A, and that plan A is trade, and I'll explain. Next slide. Trade, and this is why it's important for trade to be coordinated with finance, to be coordinated with foreign affairs, etc. Trade flows was beyond just the monetary flows. The trade flows include the technology, the know-how, the productivity, the scale, the competitiveness that drives investment, finance, and the connection here, and development. Businesses that trade more likely to be competitive, offer higher wages, create formal sector employment, and pay taxes. Trade is the key to unlocking development finance, managing debt, building institutions, maintaining the social contract between government and its people for spending on social policy, health, education, etc. And if you look, at history, throughout history, all success stories, and even the most recent ones like China or Bangladesh, etc., has been predicated on sustained growth in trade and investment flows. And this was what led to the writing of the book, How Africa Trades, which is the title of this presentation, and which we'll now get into in detail. But before we do that, just a couple of other points that I'd like to make. And this would also come out as we look at the metrics in how Africa trades. I think one way to understand the current crisis, the global crisis in trade, is that trade shares have shifted fundamentally from what they were 50 years ago. 50 years ago, trade was dominated by the global north. What has happened over the last 50 years is that South-South trade has increased. North-North trade has decreased. South-North trade, that is countries in the global south exporting to the countries in the global north, has also increased. North-South trade, that is countries from the global north exporting to the south, has decreased. So there's been this kind of rebalancing that is going on, and much of this is what you are seeing being played out globally in the Trump tariffs and other measures that developed countries are taking to protect themselves and so on. And we'll see this, but unfortunately, Africa has not really been part of this shift, and we'll look at this in detail in the next few slides. Next slide. Now, the book, How Africa Trades, came out in 2023, and the data that we used was up to 2020, 2021. So the data is a bit off, but the metrics have not changed, and in fact, I looked at exports and so on, and all these metrics that you're seeing here. The fact is that trade is what generates the most foreign exchange flows into African countries. It is more than remittances or FDI inflows and ODA combined. And you can look this up in any other way that you want to look at it, but this remains the fact that trade is the most important source of financial flows into African countries. Next slide. But Africa's trade underperforms. Just recall, I told you that South-South trade has increased, the shares of the global South have increased in global trade, but Africa's trade has actually declined. Yesterday we heard that Africa's share of development finance is 2.5%. Well, it's similar for Africa's share of global trade, about 2.4% now in using 2024 figures. Next slide. And if you look at services trade, because we divide trade into goods and services, if you look at services trade, it's the same thing. Africa's share is under 2%, although nominally services trade has increased. Services, of course, includes tourism, finance, logistics, transport, communications, and these sorts of things. Our share is actually declined. Next slide. Now, and this is a connection to finance, because we look, from a trade economist perspective, we look at finance more from investment. What you are seeing is also reflected in the kinds of investment that Africa has received. So if you look at Africa's share of the world investment stock, that has also, over time, has declined. Although nominally, and that is as a share of global investment stock, but nominally, FDI investment flows have increased. But in other words, what we are seeing on the trade figures reflects also on investment, because you cannot trade, which of course depends on production. You cannot produce if you don't invest, and you don't have the finances that drive your production, which would then drive the trade. The three are connected. So the investment actually helps to tell the story. Next slide. Then another peculiar characteristic of Africa's trade is that 6 African countries export more than the 48 other African countries combined. And the 6, as you can see here, South Africa, Nigeria, Algeria, Angola, Egypt, Morocco. Except for South Africa and Morocco, and to some extent Egypt, one characteristic that the other countries have is that they're oil exporters. And we're going to see this in the next slide, because fossil fuels dominate Africa's export trade. And then the next 12 middle-sized countries, which account, as you can see in the chart, and then the remaining 36. Next slide. Now, what Africa trades is also worrying, and that's what I want to show next. As you can see from this slide, what Africa trades is mainly fuel. And this is what the data is very clear on this. Fuel dominates, and that's why countries like Algeria, Angola, Nigeria dominate Africa's exports. And then after fuel, you have ores and metals for the mining sector. And then after that, you have the commodities that includes food products and so on. So, and then lastly, you have manufacturers. Trade in manufacturers is very, very small. And here we are aggregating for all of Africa. We did not disaggregate because it's easier to tell the story when you aggregate for the whole continent. Next slide. Now, again, I come back to investment. What you saw in the previous slide reflects the kind of investment that Africa has had, where the finance has gone. So one caution with this slide is that we're using different data sources. We are using Eurostat for the EU outward direct investment, and then we are using China's central bank stats for the Chinese investment. But what we wanted to show in this slide is that if you look at EU investment stock in Africa compared to EU's investment stock in the rest of the world, you see a strong concentration in mining, although also there's an important element that goes into manufacturing. Now, the only aspect of this element that goes into manufacturing is that it is concentrated in just a few countries. In South Africa, and that includes the investments that goes into the automotive sector, companies like BMW, Mercedes, etc., that have major investments in South Africa producing cars, for example. Places like Kenya, to some extent, Ghana, Nigeria, etc. So the investment is, although some of it goes into manufacturing, is highly concentrated compared to how well distributed EU investment is in the rest of the world. And I think the same could be said for China. Although, as I said, we're using different data sources, but I think the overall picture is clear. And the next slide tells us the same story when you look at the US. Actually, when you look at the US, the distribution of investment in Africa is even worse than the EU, because so little US investment goes into manufacturing, into value addition. Because manufacturing, we can stretch it, give it a broader meaning, value addition, which is what we tend to do. So when people tell me that AGOA did not work, the African countries did not make use of AGOA, I said to them, they didn't get the finance, they didn't get the investment, so how did you expect AGOA to work? You do need the finance, you need the investment to drive the production and to drive the exports, and that was the problem. The places where the investment came, Lesotho, for example, the investment into the garment sector came mainly from Taiwan. In Kenya, you have investment in a number of industries, including the textile sector that drove the exports to the EU. The same could be said for Ethiopia. The textile sector, you had companies like Gap, the denim jeans making companies like Wrangler, Levi's, etc., all invested in Ethiopia, which made those investments possible, which made those exports possible to the US. So this is the picture we get when it comes to investment. Next slide. Now, keep in mind what I said earlier, that currently what economists are saying is that Africa's growth is being driven by consumption coming from the African demographics. Now, when you look at intra-African trade, when you look at intra-African trade, what you're beginning to see is, this will be the next slide. This was just a summary of the previous ones. So what you're seeing in terms of Africa's overall trade profile in this slide is that Africa imports mainly manufactures, as you can see. We import food, In fact, I've just come out with the second book, How Africa Eats. And basically the story of that book is that we're exporting to earn foreign exchange to import food. We don't have time to go into this, but basically that is the story of that book, and it's that argument is demonstrated by the data. So we're importing manufacturers, we're importing food. 46 of the 54 African countries are net food importers. That's despite Africa having 60% of the world's arable land. And then, of course, we're exporting, and then, yes, we're even importing fuel. Some of the fuel that goes out, we're importing refined fuel because it mainly goes out as crude. So this just summarizes the picture before we get to intra-African trade, the kind of imports that we have. Next slide. So what we're showing in this slide is that intra-African trade, which, as I was saying before, then I realized that it was the wrong slide. Intra-African trade actually is much more diversified than Africa's trade with the rest of the world. Intra-African trade is small. It's about 15%, despite the strong growth that we started off with and we were talking about at the beginning. Intra-African trade is small, but it is much more diversified. I was not surprised when I heard yesterday that Uganda's dairy sector is very strong, because we're seeing this in butter. For example, if any of you had breakfast here at the hotel this morning, you notice that the butter actually is made in Uganda, and the dairy and all this is being traded within this African community, we know. Very difficult to send the dairy to Europe because of the sanitary, phytosanitary regulations that Europe has. But within Africa, this kind of trade is going on. Then the same can be said when you look at what we send to the rest of the world, which is dominated by primary commodities, compared to how more diversified intra-African trade is. And this is data based on formal trade. We are not even taking informal trade yet into account in this data, because informal trade also includes value-added products. My favorite example is fish products, processed fish, dried fish, smoked fish, etc., which I've seen doing field work in the Lagos-Abidjan corridor some years ago. Next slide. Now, I want to look at who we trade with, which is, I think, the other question we need to ask ourselves, and the kind of trade regimes that they have devised for African countries. So next slide. The biggest, this gives you an overall picture of the main trading partners, the EU, China. Intra-African trade is up there. UK, US, much lower. The biggest trading partner is the EU 27 collectively. But if you're looking at one single country, the biggest trading partner is obviously China, because what we're seeing for the EU is a collection, whereas for China is one country. But intra-African trade is right up there. Also is performing, you know, as much as the finance and investment makes possible, because inter-African trade cannot create magic when the ingredients are not there for it to perform. But inter-African trade is doing relatively well. And this also shows some important shifts, like the fuel exports to the US collapsed when the US shale oil production took off. The trade with China showed a strong increase after China joined the WTO and so on. So basically, this gives you the picture of who we trade with. Next slide. This is in terms of exports. And the picture for imports is similar. the EU, China, intra-African trade also strongly performing, and then the US, the UK. One of the reasons why the Trump tariffs have not been as devastating on the African countries is because the trade with the US is relatively low. Of course, some countries are exposed, but the trade with the US is relatively low. The UK has lost huge trade shares, as you can see, over time. And even I think Brexit is making this worse. Next slide. Now, when I've talked about how Africa trades, I've always said that the EU should be ashamed of this map in the 21st century. The EU should really be ashamed of this map. Because basically, I'm just giving this as an example. In the book, we look at different countries. We look at China, we look at the US, we look at the UK, etc. But there isn't time to look at all the other countries and their trade policies. But the EU one stands out. The EU one stands out because basically, the EU has different trade regimes for different parts of Africa. For North Africa, they have the Mediterranean Agreement. For the least developed countries, they have everything but arms. For developing countries, they have the EPAs, etc. Now, the problem with this map is that at the same time that the African countries are trying to integrate, they are trying to create a free trade area, customs union, which means that they all want to use the same rules for trading. This map means that we have different rules when it comes to trading with the US. The best example is actually what's happening in the EAC, where Kenya has a separate deal with the EU, which means it is out of sync with its EAC partners. How on earth the EU allows this to happen, I do not know. Because actually, the EU at the same time supports African trade development in various ways. The AfCFTA, projects on trade facilitation. There are many areas of support that the EU is giving, but it is very hard-nosed when it comes to trade. Actually, the EU department in the Commission that is responsible for trade used to be called DG Trade, Directorate General for Trade. Now they call themselves DG Trade and Economic Security. I think you'd understand why that shift has happened, because for them, trade is not a game. Trade is a very serious issue. But this divided trade regimes means limited interoperability among the African countries, regulatory divergences. It undermines regional integration. The argument is that the trade with the EU, Africa's trade with the EU, is less than 5% of EU's total trade. So my view is that the EU does not need this. And in the last slide, you will see the kind of trade regime that I think Africa's partners should have with Africa at this stage of Africa's development. Next slide. Now, let's look at intra-African trade, because intra-African trade is what we have said is growing very fast. It has strong potential, more diversified, etc. So let's take a closer look. We've already seen this slide, but it's just to give us across the board with the two biggest trading partners, how they trade, the distribution of the trade, the key sectors compared with the trading partners. As we can see, for China, the trade is mainly, in terms of exports, is fuels, ores, metals. Intra-African, let's stay on the slide before we come to this one. Let's go back. Yeah, thank you. So for intra-African, as we said, manufacturers perform very strongly. And then with the EU, fuels, some manufacturers, commodities, etc. We could move on to the next slide. Yeah. Now, we said earlier that the African trade is being driven by consumption coming out of Africa's demographics. And this is what you are seeing in terms of the market, the African market. Because what is happening is, if you look at the population as a whole, the middle class is growing. And I think you can define the middle class as those with incomes about $10 a day, actually. The middle class is growing. The middle class is creating a market. That market is creating a demand for goods. And at the moment, much of the manufactured goods is being imported. But we're beginning to see a gradual shift, a gradual change to that pattern. So the African market is there. And behind this market, since I know that there are many bankers here, and behind this kind of shift in the population, the middle class, are their savings, because they also have savings in the bank accounts, and hopefully not just under the mattresses, but they do have savings as well, which could be tapped. And I think this was mentioned yesterday, that there are savings on the African continent. Next slide. Here I just wanted to summarize the kind of impact that the AfCFTA, if it is properly implemented, and then underline this, if it is properly implemented, the kind of impact it would have. This is from ECA modeling, which forecast that manufactured goods would increase. And behind that, of course, manufactured goods increasing are the jobs, etc., that we all talk about. And the other sectors would also benefit. I know I can see Dr. Mitch standing up, which means my time is up, but I think I have only 2 more slides. The next slide. And in the next slide, part of the rationale of the AfCFTA is to help us to rationalize these overlapping arrangements that we have. We already criticized the EU for these regulatory divergences, but we also have them in the different regional groupings that we have. Even for EAC, I've asked what is the purpose of the tripartite free trade area agreement when you already have the AfCFTA. So we need to do more to see how we can rationalize. I'm a big supporter of the RECs, but I don't think that the RECs, their future role is in trade policy. I think their future role is in the corridors, the management of the corridors, is in areas like trade, non-tariff barriers, infrastructure, borders, customs, those sorts of things, but not in defining trade policy, including the tariff regimes and so on. I always say that Africa is a continent of 30 million square kilometers, and it's not possible to oversee the trade policy from an office in Accra, where the AfCFTA has its headquarters. You do need the RECs, but you don't need this. The RECs, their functions need to evolve. Next slide. I'm not going to dwell on this. This is the architecture of the AfCFTA. Excellent agreement. Phase 2 and phase 3 are not yet ratified by member states, so they're not yet in operation. The agreement is excellent. Technically, this is, people talk about the world's largest free trade area, etc. The agreement is excellent. Its implementation up to this point is another story. Next slide. So this is my last slide, and this is the book that all this data comes from, How Africa Trades. And by the way, it is available free of charge. You just go to London School of Economics Press, look for How Africa Trades, and you can download a free copy, because it was written so that people, especially in Africa, can have easy access to it. Aid, you can no longer count on aid. The argument is that Africa's partners should now be looking at trade really as the engine for Africa's development, and that's not yet happening. So Africa needs a new trade deal from its partners, but they will not give it to us if we don't go out there to agitate for it. And we need to recognize the asymmetry between us and the partners. When I see individual countries like Kenya trying to strike an agreement with the EU, I wonder what this is all about, because the EU is a high-income country. Kenya is an upper middle-income country, GDP per capita of $6,000-7,000, compared with the EU, 38 or whatever thousand dollars. So we have to recognize the asymmetry. This also goes for Africa's partners, whether it's in the Gulf or China, the UK, etc. The differences between Africa and these countries is vast. And in trade policy, you have to take that into account. You cannot go to them like equals, because we are not yet equals. So the argument is that at this point, we don't need to have reciprocal trade agreements with these countries. What we need at this point is for these countries, for a period of time, what I've argued for is like for over a period of 20 years, to give us duty-free, quota-free access to the markets. Recall that we account for only 2% of world trade. So it's the commercial hit to these countries is minimal, but it will give us the space to develop intra-African trade, whilst also knowing that these external markets are secure. And that's the argument. All this is feasible, even though the WTO, they've run trucks through it to the trade agreements that Trump has had, but it's feasible to get WTO waiver. And don't forget, when AGOA started, President Clinton at the time went to the WTO to get a waiver for AGOA because AGOA was discriminating against other WTO members. So it's possible to get a waiver. And by the way, China on the 12th of June this year did announce that it wants to give duty-free, quota-free market access to the African countries. Exactly what I'm proposing here. In fact, I was joking that somebody in Beijing must have been reading the book. So it's possible for all of this to be legitimized by the WTO. But the African countries themselves must prioritize trade reforms, trade facilitation reforms, reforms in business, finance, we've been talking about this, investment, technology, we've been talking about digitalization, AI, these new opportunities. But Africa needs to speak with one voice. I think this has been a recurring point that has been made throughout this conference. The African Union Commission does not have a mandate to negotiate on behalf of Africa when it comes to trade. Unlike the EU, where it's the European Commission that has that mandate. The African Union Commission does not have that mandate. We need to rethink that. The other point on this is that even without giving the African Union Commission the mandate, the capacity for negotiations is really weak. I know the African Union office in Geneva very well. At the moment, they don't even have a trade expert in that office, which, to me, is, really unacceptable. The other point, of course, which has been made is that the demographics are such that we need to recognize that the development model in Africa needs to change, and trade has to be at the heart of that change, because we are sitting on a demographic time bomb. If we don't change the way we trade, if we don't change the production behind that, if we don't change the finance behind that, what is going to happen is we are going to just increase the level of poverty on this continent. Already, Africa accounts for 60% of the world's poor. That is people with incomes of under $1.90 a day. So there's a demographic time bomb. So basically, this is how Africa trades. Thank you very much for listening to me. I think some of this is a depressing message, but I think it's also a realistic message. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor David Luke from the London School of Economics. As he takes his seat, we're engaging the next trade gear, and we're going to constitute the next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this panel, Dr. Francis Mwesije, the Director, Economic Research and Knowledge Management from the Uganda Development Bank. Let's welcome him up. As he takes his seat, we'd like to call Didas Kayiranga, the resident underwriter from ATIDI. We'd like to call Alan Asimwe, the Deputy CEO of Trademark Africa. We'd like to call Edem Adzongenu, the Executive AfroChampions. And we'd like to call Kudakwashe Matereke, the Director of Regional Operations East Africa from Afreximbank. Let's welcome them.
Yeah, I'll stand on the existing protocol. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are continuing with the discussion that started yesterday with His Excellency the President remarks. He mentioned what he called market fragmentation and the need for African integration. And this morning, Dr. Luke has provided a very good context for this panel discussion. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished panelists that we have here will really help us make sense of all these global shifts, what it means for Africa, but largely what it means for African Continental Free Trade Area, and how we can really navigate this. So they've been introduced. I won't introduce them again, but I will start in no particular order with Mr. Kudakwashe Matereke, the Director, Regional Operations East Africa at Afreximbank.
Dr. Mwesije, I'd like to lend you this microphone because I think it's a bit stronger.
Thank you. So, Mr. Kudakwashe, we've heard about the global shifts characterized by resurgence of economic nationalism, increasing protectionism, tariffs increasing, but also we know that after COVID-19, a lot changed with increasing geopolitical tensions, the lingering effects of COVID-19. Help us understand, what does this mean for African trade and largely investment ecosystem? And what is the role of Afreximbank? What is your response at all this?
Okay, thank you very much. The situation in the last few years remind us of what happened around the 1980s. I was still very young, but I think for those that have studied economics or history of trade, would tell you that there was some crisis in South America, debt crisis. Mexico, Argentina, Brazil defaulted on their international loans. They couldn't repay. And it resulted in Africa and the emerging economies being classified in one bucket as likely to default. And we saw what happened. International lines of credit were cut. It caused a significant financial instability. And we are reminded of that because, as you may know, that was the way in which Afreximbank was created. It was in response to a shift. This time around, the shift did not just cause financial instability, it also caused supply chain disruptions, and we struggled to import petroleum products, we struggled to import pharmaceuticals because some of the countries that were manufacturing them kept them for themselves. We also have seen rise in regionalism. On the African context, it actually was a positive development because we saw African countries signing up to the AfCFTA, and probably it represented one of the most significant responses because we haven't seen African countries acting in unison like they did around 2021 through the implementation of the AfCFTA. Increased protectionism also was a feature when we saw, and what we are already seeing with the use of Afreximbank. And indeed, we have of Afreximbank. And indeed, we have tried to respond, and I think we have our strategy now. It's actually responding to those challenges. For starters, if you consider that we were struggling to supply the essential commodities, here I'm talking about petroleum products, fertilizers, whether you say it has been a perennial problem, but also exacerbated by the crisis in Russia and Ukraine, we actually ramped up our support to African financial institutions. Under our AfTraf program and AfPay, we are now providing limits to African commercial banks. In the case of East Africa, on Ethiopia alone, which was quite heavily impacted, we ramped up our support to more than $1 billion in letters of credit confirmations. Prior to 2001, we were below 500 million, but we increased that to $1 billion, which was reflective of the demand that the country had. We have also ramped up our support to support payments for trade. So commercial banks in Africa whose limits were cut and were no longer able to do open account payments, we try to improve on that. And you won't believe the demand that there is for payments, just open account payments, because some of the banks pulled out of their support. In order to fill the manufacturing gap, the bank, through the Fund for Exports Development in Africa, FEDA, has increased its investments in FEDA so that FEDA can support participation in the funding of manufacturing of high-value goods through the industrial parks. We are doing that with industrial parks operating in Benin, in Togo, in Gabon, and recently you may have seen in East Africa, we are negotiating with the government of Kenya so that ARISE IIP, which is ARISE Integrated Industrial Parks, can take up some space in places like Dogokundu so that we can actually manufacture goods out of the African continent. The made in Africa goods we have to ramp it up. I think beginning of the year, we supported ARISE up to tune of 400 million, just for investments in 800 million, sorry, of which 400 was drawn immediately for support to industrial parks, and more is coming so that we can ramp up manufacturing spaces. Also, on the digital platforms, we have expanded under the Africa Trade Gateway so that companies can trade online. We have created what we call the ATEX, the Africa Trade Exchange, where buyers and sellers, it's a platform where buyers and sellers can put up their goods and trade. We grew this from our response under COVID, when we didn't know how to trade PPEs. Somebody entrepreneurial came up with the idea, and we took it up and we supported it, so that platform, you can trade fertilizers, you can trade commodities. Buyers can list their products, sellers can go there, sellers can seek financing, we can do due diligence on them through our Manza platform, and we can also do Pan-African payment and settlement on that platform, which is an integrated one-stop shop for Africa trade. And we think that this is important in order to mitigate the challenges that we have faced, and also respond to the shift that you referred to. That, in essence, is some of the things that Afreximbank have been doing, and we think that there's still more to be done, and we need to respond to the challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kudakwashe. Very interesting. I'll come to you, Alan. Kudakwashe speaks to how Africa acted in unison under the auspices of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We also know it's the youngest bloc, trading bloc, having started trading operations in 2021, but with immense opportunities, 3.4 trillion market, 1.5 billion population. So this being the youngest bloc, and I think as we saw, the numbers that Dr. Luke took us through, it still remains, I would say, vulnerable. So how is this bloc navigating this tide, the shift? And what is the role of trademark in this?
Thank you so much, Francis, and good morning to you all. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
I think, Dr. Luke, you might have put some people, you know, very scared. It was very thought-provoking, but we needed it, and we need it at this time. I actually kept thinking, we need to get you to present to the presidents at the summit. We need to get you to present, you know, to the Council of Ministers, because this is exactly the kind of data-driven decision-making that we need to be making. How is Africa trading? What is it trading? Where should it be trading? What should we be doing different? But I'll speak to some of the things we see as Trademark Africa. Trademark Africa is really called Trade and Markets Africa. And for us, when the shifts happened, first with COVID, and then more recently with the tariffs and all the global shifts that we are seeing, including other shifts that are not man-made, climate change, for instance, it is partly man-made. We've had to see how we rally as an organization. In COVID, when COVID happened, we came up quickly with what we called a safe trade facility, $32 million that allowed governments in the region to keep their borders open. East Africa was the only region, I think, across the continent that retained borders open after 1 month. That's because East Africa, most of our countries are landlocked. All that we import, all that we eat, you've heard Dr. Luke talking about the food import bill, $70 billion of food imports for Africa. Some of our countries, if they shut the borders today, would not be able to eat. We wouldn't drive our cars, wouldn't have fuel, wouldn't even be able to dress. Just look at yourself and look at your neighbor. How many of us are wearing something made in Africa? How many? Okay, Dr. Luke, Dr. Victoria, but even those, the material is manufactured in China, I would bet. If you look at your households, almost everything we are using in our households is imported. But some spotlights, there's a lot of manufacturers. Africa is actually manufacturing around 45% of what we trade with each other is manufacturers. The sugar in our homes, in East Africa, even in West, you know, a lot of the stuff, the shea butter, is coming from within our continent. And so at Trademark, we have focused on a number of things. One, reducing the time and cost of doing business. Everyone is almost self-driven in terms of trade. People, the initiative within Africa, the entrepreneurial spirit is so high. If we were to make a poll here, just as an impromptu poll of how many of you, whilst you're working in the office, are still running a farm, you either have a grocery, you either have some houses that you're renting, you know, the tourism sector, housing, how many have a side hustle? I would bet half or more. That's how Africa trades. We are the economy that we don't need to be told, we start. But you find that the costs are so prohibitive, the non-tariff barriers. If you're moving your goods, say, from here to the DRC, and I don't know how many have taken that journey by road, that capacity of the roads, the quality of the roads, the border processes, the bureaucracy, it really deters someone. 1 year you're in, the next year you're out. So at Trademark, we are focusing quite a lot on reducing the time and cost of doing business, but we've also seen after 10 years of work that just reducing the inefficiencies and improving efficiencies is not going to help. You might have efficient, you know, roads, but what's being traded on those roads? And so we are increasingly looking at a number of things, and I'll give you some. The first is the standards and SPS. If you look at what we are trading, a lot of it is either commodities, so grain. It will not be accepted into the next country if it does not meet the basic standards. So we're working quite a lot with the bureaus of standards, both on harmonization, on capacity for testing, but also on increasing mutual recognition. If we have tested grain in Uganda and the Bureau of Standards has certified it, if you can trace where it's coming from, Why should Kenya have to test that grain again? It should recognize Uganda's grain. Or if Ghana has produced drugs, and they're very good at the drugs, why should those drugs be recognized in Uganda or in Tanzania? Why do we have to retest? And that means weeks and months of delays. So we are trying to work across the continent on mutual recognition, but we're also integrating AI, especially on frequently tested products. I was talking to the Uganda Bureau of Standards. How do we integrate AI to reduce the time, increase the efficiency, ensure that people are trading? The second bit is connecting Africa, especially digitally. How do we trade? If you look at the manufacturers that Dr. Luke spoke about, for us, let me give an example. Ghana has really eyed East Africa as a key potential market for its shea butter and its drugs and a number of other manufacturers. But Ghana customs is not connected to Uganda customs, and I know we have customs here. That's one of the biggest hindrances for trade in Africa, how goods are making it across borders. The delays at the borders for the customs to clear, to authenticate the certificates of export and everything. If we can connect, and we're already trying to do this, say, between Ghana and Kenya, but also in Southern Africa. Just last week, we had 4 countries connecting, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Mozambique, coming together to say, let's connect our systems, so that where it was taking 5 days to clear goods. Remember, the entrepreneur is doing the trade by themselves. But if it's taking them 5 days, how can we reduce it to 1 day? So customs connectivity is another. The other one is that when we look at what Africa is trading, and we talked about a bit, if we're looking at industrialization, our governments are looking at the traditional value addition. If we're doing coffee, let us dry, let us roast, let us do it. But we also have to look at the complexity of goods. If you look at how countries like Vietnam and even China grew, it's really around technology transfer or technology growth. I know we've talked about the know-how transfer and all not being appropriate, but really making sure you have homegrown capacities to grow the complexity of your value chain. And that's how Africa is really going to grow. Right now, we have started with basic value chains, fish. Fish is actually quite complex because from fish, you'll get fish skin that is so popular in China. You'll get fish oils. You'll get fish itself. You'll get the fish bone. Everything on a fish can be used. So we are trying to see how we support the African Continental Free Trade Area on fish value chain. So we are doing a $46 million program across the continent, working with countries that produce fish, feed, like Zambia, produce fish, like the island states of Zambia, Tanzania, and Uganda is a big fish producer, and trying to ensure that we meet the standards, but we also have appropriate technology to support the transfer of this fish, cold chain logistics and the like across the continent. And then 1 or 2 final ones, policy harmonization. I think the image by Dr. Luke was so telling, the spaghetti bowl of recs. You are in the East African community, you're applying one. You're in West Africa, ECOWAS, it's a different. How can we connect these? Or how can we get the recs to trade? I'm so heartened to see in the last week that trade within East and West Africa has actually grown by a meager 1 percentage point, but that is huge. People are daring. The shea butter is coming. Kenya is sending tea. You know, we are seeing a lot trading. If you look at the trade potential for East and Southern Africa, East Africa could gain $1.9 billion annually just within trading within East and Southern if we reduce the barriers, if we address the policy disconnect. And so these are some of the things we are working on. Last but not least, the rules of origin. This is one of the biggest hindrances for trade. If you look at the manufacturers, if you're exporting, let's say your sugar, sugar is a big one, it's or dairy, even for Uganda, they will want to know that this is actually coming from Uganda. This sugar was manufactured, the sugar cane, 30% meets the rules of origin criteria. Otherwise, they will think you've imported Brazil sugar, packaged it, and resold it, which is what could happen now that you see, for instance, China no longer has the US market. The fear is that it's going to dump, flood, and then people will repackage and then access the whole AfCFTA market. And so we are working with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, again, on digitizing the rules of origin certification. I mean, these are processes that need to happen for trade to happen. But the biggest one, and this was missed in the conversation yesterday, I know we had President Museveni here, the politics of trade. And I hope Dr. Luke will partner on a book, what is the political undertone for this trade to happen? We are seeing a lot of protectionism. borders just coming up, and I mean informal borders coming up overnight, countries protecting their trade. I was so glad to see yesterday Uganda and Kenya broke down all barriers for trade between Uganda and Kenya, because as you know very well, for instance, Uganda's milk and Uganda's poultry have been stranded at the borders for days at times, because the Kenya farmers are saying, why are you letting this come into our country? But that's not just one. There are examples across the continent. And so the politics will really matter for Africa to trade. That political will for us to have a market that is really a unified market. If we can trade easily with China, why can't we trade with each other? And for me, that's the question to the policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. We can see that there is a lot happening. Trademark and Afreximbank have already elaborated what they are doing. And I'm coming to you, Edem. I want to appreciate that probably not everyone knows about AfroChampions, so I would like to give you less than a minute to just speak to what it is and what you do in collaboration with the African Union in furtherance of African continental free trade area. And then I'll go to my question.
Thank you very much, Francis. So AfroChampions is a private sector-led multi-stakeholder platform that operates on the mechanism that champions exist in every sector, whether private sector, government, policy, and political. And there should be a mechanism through which those champions can champion one or two things together. Because institutions, based on their shareholders or their board, will do what they have to do to meet the interests of that. But what do these champions collectively champion together? And how do we, through systems, aggregate them so that together, whether at the political level, multilateral level, private sector level, they're working together according to frameworks that drive projects and drive operations. We believe that there's a lot of content, there's a lot of amazing frameworks that exist, but in the operationalization of these things, how do we ensure that champions can harmonize? So that's basically what AfroChampions, and there are quite a number of examples of what AfroChampions has been doing, because the success of these things must be owned by the institutions that are created to drive them. So AfroChampions doesn't have its own flagships. We look at our technical partners, the partners that we're providing technical assistance from. And by technical assistance, I mean contributing private sector entrepreneurial capacity to support these institutions. So whether it's the African Union, the AfCFTA Secretariat, Pan-African institutions like CDC and others, who have the mandate to drive and harmonize integration on NEPAD on the continent, we bring the operational private sector capacity to boost the expertise. And I can name, as we go on, countless examples of some of these things that we're doing to support these organizations. And a lot of them are digitally influenced. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Edem. It should be clear now what AfroChampion does. One of the key ingredients to Africa trade is trade finance. And the very recent report by the Afreximbank put the trade financing gap at 100 billion annually, which is huge. We also know that Africa needs this trade finance to do all this that has been discussed so far. And I think one statistic that makes this clear is that 1 out of 4 African countries is landlocked. That is about 16 out of 54, 55 countries in Africa. So you really need infrastructure. And His Excellency the President talked about Lairi and other kinds of infrastructure that we need. Now, in the context of global trade fragmentation, what trade and financing mechanisms are most needed to support AfroChampions network entrepreneurs to scale across the continent?
So I'm glad you mentioned that there's quite a lot of trading systems in place and a lot of things going on. And I think speakers before us have all spoken about that. The issue really is fragmentation, right? And for trade finance to be really effective, you understand what is your market. And significant portion of Africa's market is SMEs. And those SMEs do not understand markets outside their domestic markets. And even if they understand it, the capacity to get their products, even on the shelves on their markets, let alone regional and continental markets, is a challenge. And experts have talked about all the reasons, regulatory, and among others, industrial policies. So the question about how do you deal with this fragmentation in a way that enables the champions to scale, and the question is, who are the champions? I talked initially about those who are championing our integration from multilateral and government levels, but the real champions are those who are producing, manufacturing, who need to get their goods across borders. And like I said, the two realities exist. I mean, if we take all our attempts to create common markets at a regional level, even before we go at the continental level, if we study all our attempts to create a common market at regional level, the same problems amplify at the continental level. And it boils down to two realities. One, those who are the beneficiaries of a common market in terms of who are SMEs do not understand markets outside their domestic markets. And the drivers of integration, which are your multinationals, do not have the resources to build a public infrastructure to drive that integration process. So if you understand that, then the reality is, what can we do that is within our limits, within our control, that we can start with, that can begin to engender that? And I think digital provides us probably the fastest way in which, for a continent that doesn't have rails, roads, and ports and others linking each other, and the financing ability to finance that is limited. Countries have their own platforms, they have their own systems, they have their digital systems. Connecting 1 billion people digitally probably quicker and faster than trying to do that by road and rail. So therefore, services and also existing trade that's happening within countries now, riding on the back of multinationals together across the continent, is probably the most expedient way. The question then is, how do we deal with the regulatory barriers? How do we deal with the custom barriers, among others? And that's why one of the instruments that AfroChampions has been able to help the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, I think if you look at one of the operational instruments among PAPs, is the AfCFTA hub. And what that hub is doing, basically, it's through the AfCFTA number, going to existing, because the understanding the customer or the trader's journey starts from who will he spend his time interacting with most. Most of these SMEs spend their time, if they're doing food, cosmetics, they have to register with the Food and Drug Agencies. The Poisonous Medicines Board in Kenya, or the Food and Drug in Ghana, or NAFDAC in Nigeria. So rather than bringing new platforms and new systems that they have to interact with, because for them it's bread and butter issues. How do I get my goods on the shelf? I can't do that without registering with my domestic. So what we've done is go into these countries and understand what platforms these agencies have. Rather than bringing a new digital platform, look at what they have, and then try to aggregate these platforms so that they are talking to each other. So the platforms on which Ghana Food and Drug Board, NAFDAC in Nigeria, Poisons and Medicines Board are registering their SMEs on are the platforms that we are now supporting, building all the cybersecurity protocols, all the things that will make it possible for these SMEs to be able to, once registered in this country, be able to also be registered in the other countries as well, so that they don't have to continue to go and register their products in multiple countries. So these are some of the existing frameworks. So my answer is simply that a lot of these frameworks, platforms exist already. AIT, ATI has all kinds of instruments and platforms for infrastructure, financing. When it comes to trade financing, there are a lot of instruments there. Afreximbank has quite a number of them. The people who really, really matter are regulators. And by regulators, I'm talking about financial regulators, that are central banks. I'm talking about our customs, and I'm talking about food and drug agencies. These regulators need to be aided and assisted to be able to interlink and be interoperable with similar regulators across the continent. And leveraging those platforms and systems and being able to automate them in a way that all the policies and frameworks are programmatized into these systems, so that these SMEs don't have to understand about rules of origin. All they have to understand is, how do my money grow? And their money grows by getting access to market, and their money grows by being able to get access to trade finance. But you can't get trade finance if you're not visible to the banks. You can't get trade finance if they cannot see scale. So rather than have the conversation about scale from the standpoint of the development banks, the DFIs, and what they can do, they are ready to help. We need to go back to the informal structures in the markets and aggregate them. And our theory is that don't aggregate them by bringing in new things, because they don't have time to understand it. Find the existing institutions that they're working with.
We are contending with the challenges of Africa we are contending with, the challenges of Africa. Professor mentioned, it's not about how much we are endowed, how much resources we do have. It's not about the capacity of the populations, but rather, the challenges, for example, access to finance, as you've mentioned, which has to change the narrative. We are able to manufacture, we are able to equitably relate with the parties, like in the Western world. And so, ATD, thanks to the founding members, and if you, I'm sure you are aware, East Africa was the East African countries are the founding members of ATD. And so we are approaching the situation right now that Africa and the member states are encountering through collaborations, first of all. We treasure our stakeholders, starting with the member states. And we are growing the member states. Currently we are 24. We are working with AU to grow this capacity. That comes with the headroom, more capital to unlock trade finance. We are also partnering with other DFIs, Matlatos and African DFIs, to ensure that, we are able to address, the challenges that we have, the infrastructure development, financing gaps, But overall, over time, ATD has developed innovative instruments and solutions that are there to address specific challenges. And I can outline just a few. For example, we have had, even in Uganda, we are a bit, much better as we were 20 years ago. We have had a challenge of energy supply. And one of the reasons was really how to attract investments into Uganda and Africa. And so we, together with our development partners, for example, solutions, mainly for sovereign, for member states. You are aware right now we have an issue of common framework, which really has become a challenge actually to DFIs in Africa. And so some of the solutions that we do have is a credit enhancements, where we relate with our partners to bring affordable financing to sovereign, to governments, but also to institutions. We are able to address the liquidity challenge, the ability challenge of commercial banks, access to hard currency through solutions like repos. So this is something that we have seen, addressing issues to do with access to health services, to power and infrastructure financing gaps. But also in the area, I think the previous presenter talked about the challenges that we do have in customs, Yeah, we have a solution to support traders that move goods from one transit authority to another. For example, I'm sure you are aware that previously, especially I speak to COMESA because this is the product that we have, but I know my brother here, they are working on a bond that will cover the whole continent, and ATD is ready, more than ready to come on board. But look at somebody who's getting goods from Mombasa to Burundi, for example. Previously, or even now, those who don't have access to this service, they have to, to buy a bond at every point, you understand? But now the customs transit scheme supports our traders to buy one bond from Mombasa to Burundi. So what does that happen? It eases time, cost of transport, the tedious process of going to the Kenyan border, go to Ugandan border, to Rwanda's border. So that is a product that, a solution that TD, together with other partners, I think is here to unlock and ease trading between states. This product is within the COMESA, and we see that this is something that can be done. Part of that is to also equip the COMESA Secretariat in areas to do with the systems, areas to check, things like illicit actions of traders, but also capacity building and awareness for more players, traders, insurers, and member states, of course, as we heard from Professor, some member states haven't even enrolled for such a product. Certainly, we do have the class core product for credit risk, and this is to support both SMEs and individual entrepreneurs within Africa and across, for as long as one leg of the trade, the transaction or a trade is within Africa. And we can support almost all the facilities that banks will provide you. So talk about working capital, talk about term loans, talk about receivable financing, and this comes with the limited approval processes. We support banks to do more due diligence on clients, and also look at the KYC of clients. So we are here, first of all, to make Africa a destination for investment and trade, and these are some of the tools or solutions that we do provide, and we have seen quite a number of success in this. Yeah.
Thank you, Didas. Very interesting. I'll come back to you. Mr. Kudakwashe. The theme of this summit and the discussions thus far are looking at national development finance architecture to propel the socio-economic development that we are looking at. And so all these good initiatives, I would really like to know how you're working or how best you can work with national development finance institutions to further this intra and extra Africa trade. And maybe as you submit, if you could speak more about the alliance that you're championing, the Alliance of African Multilateral Institutions, and their role and how they are working or planning to work with national development finance institutions.
Okay, thank you very much. The Afreximbank considers that the local development banks are its partners. We are what UDB is to Uganda. We are what UDB is to Uganda, what Afreximbank is to the rest of the African continent. Because the mandate is similar, we are supposed to work with the productive sectors, manufacturing, support the extractives, support local value addition of our commodities. And when you mirror what UDB does, you will find similar lines of communication within what Afreximbank is doing. So naturally, you would be aware of what we have in plan to do between ourselves, which we have done in other African countries, because we largely support the SMEs through the commercial banks and the development banks. But I must mention that development banks do have a special place in our hearts, because we both read the national development plans of the countries where we are, and we speak to what the government's aspirations are. So that's quite critical. You have spoken about access to funding. We seek to fill the gap of the trade finance gap with the work that we do with the local development banks. They also look into infrastructure. They look at supporting the manufacturing sector, which we do. And you then raised an issue relating to the bank's activities with the AMFI. AMFI is the Africa is the African Alliance for African Multilateral Financial Institutions, AMFI. And this is a grouping of institutions that were established by African governments under treaty to satisfy a particular gap. And we find in amongst ourselves the likes of AfriCari, ATD, Afreximbank, AFC, Afreximbank. Then there's the institutions like I did mention AfriCari. EADB is also a member of AMFI. We are simply communicating this message to African governments. You established us the same way European or the Bretton Woods institutions were established in Europe and America. You gave us the same mandate, and we were meant to respond to the same challenges. And it is the reason why, when the treaties establishing these institutions were ratified by each country, they gain legal status in the countries in which they are member states. We need to be treated the same way as other multilateral institutions. And we are reminding African governments to keep to their commitments, because what we have seen over the last few years has been challenging. We cannot lend to an African sovereign, and when there is a challenge with a loan, the Bretton Woods institutions come, they're treated differently in one room, and African institutions are put in another room and treated differently in terms of the need to correct any situation that may have happened with a loan. We are saying no. We are equally multilaterals the same way the Bretton Woods are multilaterals. So that's the whole essence of AMFI, and we call upon the AFI members to drive the point, but not just that, to keep within our mandate so that we can live to the aspirations of the governments that set us up, and to provide funding even in times of challenges, even when things are looking down. We are there to support our African governments, and we therefore need African governments to respect the laws in their own countries and treat us with fairness and equity. So that's what AMFI is about, and I believe we now have a secretariat which Afreximbank has provided support for, and we actually intend that African institutions should drive the narrative of the financing of African projects. Of course, we welcome anyone who can help us, but we should be leading the way in terms of the support that we provide to the strategic initiatives of the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kudakwashe. To you, Alan, we're real closing in. Our time is real fast spent, so if we can be brief in our responses. Among the changes in the financial landscape has been the reduction in ODA, official development assistance. We see debt burdens increasing, especially in the aftermath or after COVID. And again, I'll ask the same question. How can Trademark best work with NDBs to close some of these gaps, but also to enhance investment in infrastructure and many more that you spoke to?
Thank you so much, Francis. My head is buzzing with all the potential partnerships here with AfroChampions, with ATD. Of course, with Afreximbank, we have been doing a dance for the last few years, but we'll get there. I mean, we talked, and AFDB as well, of course, we are talking at the continental level of how we can transform Africa's trade, especially trade facilitation, which, as I said, is the key to unlocking Africa's potential to trade with itself. Because the tariffs have gone down, but perhaps not the barriers that we meet at the borders and elsewhere, the procedures. You've talked about the ODA. Now, overseas development assistance has been going down, and as you've seen from the numbers in the keynote, it's a fraction of the money we need to develop our continent. But even before the recent announcements, ODA was in downfall, free fall from COVID. We saw real slashes of money coming in through grants and the like. And so what we did as Trademark Africa, we set up an innovative body called Trade Catalyst Africa. And what Trade Catalyst Africa is really supposed to do is, you've heard about the money that's in the economy, but it's not being, converted. I mean, I sit on a bank board and I know the challenges these banks, the commercial banks, are facing in trying to address the risks to lend. Then you're always thinking of shareholder bottom line and all. What Trade Catalyst is trying to do is to create that sort of mix that TDB president spoke about yesterday, a mix that is bringing in cheaper funds to de-risk, and then looking at leveraging funds, say AFDB, TDB, Afreximbank, that are slightly more expensive to sort of put into this pot and ensure we have appropriate funding. Let me give you two scenarios where there's been a dearth of funding. The first is SME funding. I've said, and we've talked about it, if Professor Luke had delved into the numbers, who is actually trading? If you see, Africa's trade is on the shoulders of small and medium-sized business. We have very few anchor firms. We have the big ones like Export Trading Group that is here in the room, but there are very few of that magnitude on the continent. Africa's trade is largely on the shoulders of the people in here and the people out there, the small cross-border traders. So most of them, if you look at the people, for instance, who are exporting to Europe, the 26% that we are exporting to Europe, most of it is fresh produce. It's the French beans, it's the flowers from Kenya, it's the spices. And now, when you look at the financing for these, how many of the commercial banks are going to lend these banks, these SMEs, given the challenges we are seeing with climate change? You don't know if next year the harvest will be the same. Given the challenges we are seeing with rejections and SPS, standard phytosanitary, so we are seeing a gap in trade finance. And if you look at the existing banking, commercial banking, either the terms are not appropriate, very costly, or the tenure is not appropriate, very short periods, or maybe too long. So we are trying to find the medium, and so we have created this window on trade finance. But let me tell you the magic. We are adding artificial intelligence. For the last 2 years, together with the Trade Development Bank, we've been studying lending in India. And we know India's architecture is almost like ours. Their society, their small business, medium businesses, they have the big tatas, but it's almost like us. But they have gone a step ahead. With SME lending, they're using a lot of AI, artificial intelligence. So for the first time, the collateral is not going to be what you have, your asset. We are using behavior as collateral. And I want, drum roll, we are going to launch in September, lending to SMEs, starting with Kenya, looking at those people who are already trading, they're either anchoring to other firms and all. Let me not spill trade secrets, but we're trying to see how we can make this work and then scale it across the continent. It's going to be a game changer, because I know for a fact, I've told you I sit on a bank board. Last year we tried to lend to Ugandans without collateral. Trust me, they took it as a bonanza. INPL grew to 50%. I won't say which bank, but I know a few banks have been hit. But in this case, behavior is targeted and tagged to other aspects like who you're already working with, who you're anchored to, who you're supplying, and then we are trying to see how we factor in together. But the cornerstone of it all is AI. This is really a game changer, and I hope we can work with the UDBs and the like to scale. The second bit is on trade development. And this is really infrastructure that is good for public use, but perhaps is not commercially viable. What do I mean? Look at border markets. Look at trade infrastructure at the borders, with a one-stop border post. Who is going to pay for it? Surely not someone who has put up this hotel. He's not going to invest $10 million to put up a border market where the returns are not likely to come in a time. So what we are doing is work with governments to see how we can de-risk investments in these borders. We know that already the volumes, for instance, if you look at the border between Uganda and Kenya, we have over 2,000 trucks crossing daily, 2,000 trucks bringing all these clothes that we are wearing and the shoes and the soap. But we know that no one is going to invest. So we are saying if we de-risk, if we put forward the money to actually galvanize additional capital from the likes of Afrexim and the rest, can we then fund this border crossing? So those are two examples of what we are doing. But even as I talk about borders, we are moving to no-stop borders. We're already working with governments in East Africa. We have installed smart gates, for instance, at the borders of Busia, Malaba. We're installing at the ports of Dar es Salaam, which means that 30% of all transit cargo that is going to come through is going to cross straight into Uganda and DRC without stopping at the border, because we cannot afford this costly infrastructure. So we are looking at innovative ways of utilizing the minimal finance that is there, and Dr. Rab will be here happy about this, to actually do more with less. So those are some of the things we are doing. But before I close, allow me to introduce our country director, Anna. She's right there. Anna, please stand up. Any hard questions, push to her. She sits here in Kampala, and she should be able to respond to many of the comments you have.
Thank you, thank you. Very impressive. To you, Edem, we have for long recognized that the global financial and trade rule making have not been favorable to Africa. And now Africa has membership on G20. So how is the country leveraging this opportunity to enhance its intra and extra Africa trade? And how best can we utilize that opportunity?
I think, okay. I hope this is better. So the global shifts that are currently underway require that we situate whatever we do within some mindset shift as well. I guess we're not going to be able to respond to these shifts if, one, there's not a mindset shift, there's not a reality shift, and also there's not a focus shift. Mindset shift simply that we have to assume that there's going to be perpetual crisis in the multilateral system. Because once you're done with the world financial crisis, then there's COVID, once you're done with business. So we have to assume that there's always going to be a permanent crisis.
Excuse me, just for clarity, if you could just keep the microphone just direct in front of your mouth so that the translators can pick up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's one reality, is that there's going to be perpetual crisis in the multilateral order, and approach how we deal with this from that perspective. Secondly is that is what I call the focus shift, which is with all of these great ideas and content that we have, what is the business model that is financing this? And like my sister said, there's a lot of resources that exist in private capital, but how is government creating the environment to attract that private capital? And then the reality shift is also that we're always going to have perpetual interest misalignments. There's the public-private sector divide, there's the East and West, there are always going to be diversified interests. How do we find within those diversified interests the reality of one or two things that we can all agree on and work on together? So those are the background on which I want to address this G20 question. I think G20 is probably the geopolitical grouping that has given Africa the most access as it relates to influence. Right from its inception in 1999, South Africa was admitted as a member and attended this meeting in Berlin. Eventually, NEPAD and AU were given, member seats, and now we have a permanent seat, which is quite different from what we have in the UN Security Council, OECD, among others, where we have no veto power. Also, I must say that the G20 actually has been doing a lot of work, particularly with respect to the ISSD, which is debt suspension, doing a lot of work with regards to credit rating support, SDR, rechanneling SDR to support Africa. But that's not enough. Now with the permanency that we have, I think this is where we have a renewed effort to really lobby for Africa. I see we have been told time is up, but really influencing the structure of the EU to influence not just the credit ratings within the continent, but also channeling resources to infrastructure investment opportunities within the continent. I'll stop.
Thank you. Thank you. In less than a minute, Didas, I would like to give you an opportunity, just as you're concluding short. how can you best work with NDBs in Africa to de-risk this trade, especially for SMEs? Real briefly, as we've run out of time.
I think to summarize, I just want to say that what ATID is here to do is to provide sufficient capital and credit rating that save FDB, no other DFI in Africa does have. So we are rated A by Moody's and SP. So you are able to mobilize quite a lot of financing that, one, improves the profiles of SMEs and other entrepreneurs. Two, also unlocks the capital limitations as per the regulations of central banks in Africa. And so DFIs, but also commercial banks, they can be able to leverage on our capital, on our rating, and as such provide, affordable financing to SMEs. But also, we also have a particular product for SMEs, which is a portfolio risk sharing scheme. This addresses access to financing specifically for SMEs, and we basically attend to new transactions that come through commercial banks, and we have special attention for women-led SMEs or operated SMEs by women, about 30%. So I think this is what we can do. I mean, if somebody needs details of how these are structured, we can talk after this, but I just want to emphasize that African DFIs and commercial banks can really leverage on our capital and also on our rating to unlock more investments into Africa to address things to do with access to hard currency and of course support to our SMEs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Mwesije, so sorry.
What's burning? Yeah,
there's just a point that I want to make. It's a challenge that you spoke about shift. In our mindsets, have we decided that we want to trade amongst Africans more? Because if we have not shifted our minds, we will not change. We will still find ourselves doing exactly what we were doing 50 years ago. How many people are running industry here? Do you have a plan in place to source for raw materials from other African markets? Do we have a plan to sell to other African markets? If we do not have that, the agreement that the African politicians put in place under the AfCFTA will not work. We must institutionalize at every level intra-Africa trade and the need to source where we can materials from other African markets so that we do not continue to rely on the traditional model that we inherited when we got independence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. A very insightful discussion here. We need to keep this discussion, keep the momentum. There's a lot to learn from each other, and I think collaboration partnerships are coming out strongly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and appreciate this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwesije. Let's give them a round of applause as they take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our great pleasure to signal the arrival of two special guests. We'd like to say a special welcome to the Minister for Science and Technology, Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero. Let's give a round of applause. But at the same time, representing the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, it's our pleasure to welcome the Minister, Office of the Prime Minister, General Duties, Honorable Justine Lumumba Kasule. Please welcome her as she comes to give her remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her as she comes to give her remarks. Honorable Justin Lumumba Kasule, representing the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. She's the Minister, Office of the Prime Minister, General Duties. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much. The MC, who I even didn't see. We used to sing the MC, but I even didn't see the person inviting me. But I had a good voice mentioning my name. Good morning, everybody. Greetings from Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, and the leader of government business in Parliament. She appreciated your invitation, but she could not make it. But nevertheless, she's happy because whatever you are doing, you are scoring in what is supposed to be for the good of Ugandans, but awarding marks to her during her term in office. The theme, Transforming Africa Through National Development Finance Architecture. She says she's so happy with it because it is the biggest challenge we have as we try as much as possible to get out of poverty. Honorable ministers present, excellencies from diplomatic corps, distinguished leaders of different development banks and financial institutions, representatives of the civil society, the private sector, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, media. It is my honor to join you at this landmark Uganda Development Finance Summit, which has brought together leaders from across Africa and beyond to imagine how development finance can shape our continent's future. This gathering could not have come at a more critical time. Our people, especially the youth and women, are looking to us to provide solutions that create jobs, close infrastructure gaps, and build resilience against shocks. As government, we give different institutions different mandates and facilitate them to play their role and contribute to national development. For national development banks, they play a cross-cutting role because they are expected to provide finance which drives investment in different sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, services, among others. The Office of the Prime Minister coordinates government programs and monitors the implementation. It has therefore full visibility of key challenges facing different regions and populations. There are significant development challenges facing rural population, especially those relying on agriculture as a source of livelihood. African farmers do not use productivity-enhancing inputs such as fertilizers, improved seeds, and irrigation. They do not use them largely because they don't have access to affordable financing to enable them purchase these inputs. National development banks in Africa should help in closing this gap. Business in our country still operate informally and lack knowledge in good business practices such as bookkeeping and good governance, among others. Some of these businesses have received support from NGOs and other players, but such support is short-lived because it's offered in the form of projects and hence not sustainable. National development banks should structure programs to support SMEs because they contribute more than 80% to the business in Africa and employ more people. Climate change is a big challenge facing our farmers and is posed to undo development gains achieved in our countries. National development banks can help to invest in irrigation facilities and adoption of other climate change mitigation equipment. You have seen how many of African countries have suffered. Our brothers in Madagascar, our brothers, especially in the West Southern African countries that have suffered either from drought, and it brings them down, or floods. So we should wake up to issues to do with climate change, even in terms of development. No transformation can succeed without infrastructure. African governments continue to prioritize roads, energy, ICT, and health facilities. However, the resources are limited, and there is an area national development banks can intervene to mobilize more funding and support public infrastructure projects through public-private partnership models. Across Africa, the picture is the same. Our continent is young, dynamic, and rich in potential. Yet, unless we channel resources into industrialization, climate-smart agriculture, health, education, and innovation, this potential will remain untapped. Development finance institutions, whether in Uganda, Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, or Senegal, must therefore work alongside governments, private sector actors, and civil society to mobilize capital and direct it where it matters most. That is why this summit is important, and I want to applaud all those who have made sure it happens, Uganda Development Bank and the team, and all the sister development banks on the continent. It is a platform to share experiences, strengthen partnerships, and commit ourselves to African-led solutions. The global shocks of recent years, from COVID-19 to climate disasters and geopolitical disruptions, have reminded us that resilience must be built within. National development banks are central to this effort because they de-risk critical investments and ensure that no community, no group, or no region is left behind. When the majority of people have invested in a country, they also make sure the politics is stable and also look out for what can affect their efforts and their development. In that, it brings concerted effort from the different stakeholders to make sure we safeguard what at individual level or institutional level has been registered as a milestone. Experience shows us that when government programs are complemented by inclusive finance from institutions like yours, the result is not just growth, but transformation. Farmers are linked to markets, women and youth become employers, and communities gain access to better services. Enterprises emerge stronger, ready to compete regionally and globally. As we look ahead, let this summit be remembered not just as a forum for dialogue, but as a turning point in how we finance Africa's future with inclusivity, sustainability, and shared prosperity at the center. On behalf of the government of Uganda, I wish you fruitful deliberations, and I look forward to outcomes that will shape not only Uganda's journey, but Africa's development story as a whole. So as you participate, as you bring ideas, just know you're also making your contribution and being part of the story that we are writing today of Africa's development. I thank you. For God and my country, Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of Uganda, have done it on her behalf. Thank you so much.
I'd like to call upon the Managing Director to hand over a gift to our guest speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Patricia Ojangole, handing over a special gift to Honorable Justice Lumumba Kasule, the Minister, Office of the Prime Minister, General Duties, representing the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. Let's give a round of applause. We'd like to ask the chairman of UDB, together with Dr. Musenero, to kindly join them for a VIP picture, which we will put in the front page of the New York Times. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Managing Director.
Thank you so much. Sorry to come back, but in a special way, as one person who has been working with UDB, I want to thank them for demystifying that development banks are for only the big investors, but also small investors. By taking on a project, let me first explain it, please, for those who may not know it. For taking on, should I say, facility for the women and the youth, where if 30% of the company or the project is owned by either the youth or women or both, they take it up and they don't stop at funding them, but they train them and also help those who don't have the required paperwork to process the paperwork. So if somebody is working in an area where does that person or the women group do not have the land title for that particular land, they help them work, but also help them process the land title so that they get ownership, so that tomorrow they are able to have it and be able to use it as security to process maybe a better loan. So I want to say, on behalf of the small people who have benefited from you, both men and women, I want to thank you for that initiative. Whoever empowers you financially, there is no better empowerment than that. I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Honorable Justin Lumumba Kasule, Minister of Office of the Prime Minister, General Duties. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to now invite you to take a tea break for 15 minutes, after which we will continue with our next panel. Thank you very much and bon appétit.
Ladies and gentlemen, after our tea break, we have the parallel sessions. After our tea break, we have the parallel sessions. Getting finance to work is in conference room B, right? And then the technology and AI session is in this room. So those are the two parallel sessions. We shall see you after that, and we can direct you to the two rooms that are needed. We have 15 minutes for the tea break and then come back for the parallel sessions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a slight correction. We'll have the technology session in Hall B, which is next door. We'll have the technology session in Hall B, which is next door. So if you registered or you need to be a part of that tech session, technology, digital, and all that, please move to Hall B. If you get out of this hall and just walk straight down, it is to your left-hand side. Getting finance to work is in this hall. Getting finance to work is in this hall. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We're just about to kick off with the parallel session 1, Getting Finance to Work. So it's going to be my pleasure to introduce all of the panelists and the moderator in the next few seconds. So feel free to take your seats. So this session is going to delve deeper into the areas of blended finance and impact investments. So if you're interested in any of those, please find your seats. We're going to explore all sorts of new initiatives, such as Mission 300, and also examine how bringing together key players can have a transformative impact in driving energy provision for over 300 million people. So how can we get energy to work? That's the question we're going to be answering. Please take your seats. To moderate this session, it's going to be my pleasure to introduce the co-founder of Fanaka Kwawote, Angela Izama. On the panel, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me the CEO of AfCFTA, Frank Ashwani, the Chief Executive of Nsibuko, Gerald Otim, the Head of Africa Convergence Blended Finance, Akif Merchant, the Executive Director, Trade and Development Fund, Mary Kamari, the Uganda Country Manager, International Finance Corporation, IFC, Martine Valsin, and the Head Strategy, Policy and Innovation, Development Bank of Nigeria, Jeremiah Danokai. Please welcome all of them. Round of applause to them.
I think I'm fine. Yeah? Okay. So you're still in a strategic way. Good morning, everyone. If we could take our seats, I am ready to start. So, once again, on behalf of Uganda Development Bank and the rest of our Ugandan community, if you're a visitor, welcome and thank you for participating in this finance summit. Yesterday, talking to many delegates here and some of the organizers and my friends who were watching online, the impression that I was given was that the conversation was happening at 30,000 feet above sea level. So it is our intention today, as you have seen from the working title for this panel, Making Finance Work, to bring it to ground level and deal with some of the practicalities of getting finance to do what it is designed to do. Particularly blended financing and impact financing. So without much further ado, let me bring in my distinguished panel. If you read your packets, my panel includes mostly practitioners in the field of finance, some of them with decades of experience, others on the cutting edge of innovation. So I'm hoping that this conversation, which will last about an hour, can cover as much ground as possible. My name is Angelo Izama. My background is journalism, but I wear very many hats. I won't bother you with that. I'm a friend of UDB and a friend of the team that is hosting you here. So on the panel, I have Frank Aswani, who is the CEO of the African Venture Philanthropy Alliance. Actually, he did mention that he wants to talk a bit about what impact financing is. Gerald Otim, who runs a fintech here in Uganda that's funded by Uganda Development Bank. Akif Merchant, who is the head of Africa Convergence, Blended Finance. Wangoki Menan, who I just met outside here. She has about 18 years of banking experience and is the Chief Operating Officer East Africa for the Trade and Development Bank. Martin Valsein, who is our country manager for the IFC in Uganda. And last but not least, Jeremiah Dan Okai, who is Head Strategy, Policy and Innovation for the Development Bank of Nigeria. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome this distinguished panel. I also have to say that Martine has a flight to catch, so she won't stay with us for the whole of the panel. And so we'll accommodate her. And so maybe we start with you, Martine. Talk to us about blended finance. Like I said, you know, the impression I had talking to various people is that, you know, especially since you run the IFC office here, people tend to say it's okay to talk about the strategies, the approach, but when it comes to what businesses actually need, it's very difficult to get blended finance initiatives to work. So what does it look like from your patch at the IFC?
Thank you, Angelo, and hello, everyone. And also, I want to extend my thanks to the Uganda Development Bank for organizing this event. So thank you so much for hosting us. So blended finance is an approach where you mix concessional donor funds with commercial investments. So this is particularly helpful when you want to develop high-impact, high-risk projects, especially when there are no other viable opportunities for private capital. So blended finance can help provide better pricing, longer tenors, also overlay risk mitigation products. And this really allows for projects to be shaped and able to mature in challenging markets. Maybe briefly, there are two World Bank Group blended finance products that are relevant to our discussion today that I want to mention briefly, so you get a bit of an idea of what type of products that we have. So there's the IDA Private Sector Window, which was launched in 2017 with an initial allocation of $2.5 billion. And this is a product that is jointly managed between IFC and MIGA. And it's there to catalyze private investment in IDA-eligible countries. So this is a window that uses consensual financing and guarantees to de-risk projects, focusing on risk mitigation, local currency solution, and SME financing, as well as infrastructure. The other one that I think is also relevant, because the topic has been mentioned quite a few times during our days here, is around agriculture. So we have a global agriculture and food security program. This was established about 15 years ago with $1.7 billion in donor commitment. So really, this instrument wants to boost agricultural productivity, build resilience, and improve the livelihood of smallholder farmers. So I think the question is, why do we need blended finance? What do we need it at this point? So I think that in many African countries, capital market efficiencies, high perceived risk, and the lack of track record can hinder investments in sectors such as renewable energy, agriculture, and digital infrastructure. So blended finance is really there to de-risk these investments, allowing them to proceed and mature. So one of the most successful models involves using concessional donor funds to support high impact and transformative projects. So what we try to do at IFC is really to maximize the leverage. So we want to maximize the amount of capital, private capital, that we can catalyze by dollar amount of concessional input. So since 2010, IFC has deployed nearly $6 billion in blended finance, and that has helped catalyze close to $20 billion in IFC resources and $13 billion of third-party investors. So you can see that there's quite a leverage that is important there. So this approach is particularly vital for financing high-impact projects, including first of their kind climate projects, gender-focused investments, and infrastructure in fragile and conflicted affected settings. So one example that I have to share is a transaction that we concluded 2 years ago with Pearl Dairy in Uganda here. It was a $35 million blended investment. So we combined IFC funds, concessional financing, and also mobilized private capital. So this enabled Uganda's largest dairy producer to expand its operation. And this project has directly benefited over 15,000 smallholder farmers based in Uganda and Kenya as well. So the project really wanted to focus on integrating the smallholder farmers in more lucrative value chains, and therefore boosting income and enhancing rural livelihoods. So we also use risk mitigation instruments such as guarantees and first loss capital to attract private investors. These instruments help absorb early stage risks, making investment more attractive for commercial investors. So essentially, it's a safety net. And one good example of where this structure was used is for a project in Cameroon and Chad in 2023. So through Africa Release, IFC supported the deployment of modular solar power and battery storage solution. So that was a $200 million project with blended concessional debt and guarantees with commercial capital. So this allowed that resulted in affordable and reliable clean energy for underserved communities and demonstrating new models scaling renewables in Africa. And lastly, I also want to mention that we are able to leverage capital markets as well to bring new solutions in Africa. So we've supported the issuance of green and social bonds to attract private capital for sustainable projects. Social bonds in particular can be a powerful tool to drive more inclusive economies. And so we've used those, we've acted as an anchor investor, provide
out of universities and colleges, to turn them into technopreneurs, to turn them into problem solvers, of course the return on investment is going to be higher. Now, by this, I want to also clarify, by no means I'm saying that we want to create a non-inclusive economy, quite the contrary. Because by developing it is changing far too fast. So I think for Africa, the lesson to learn would be from the past, the mistakes that have been done, is to focus on low value addition economic activities. Change that into high value economic activity. Don't throw the good money after the bad money, whatever is there.
Yeah, well, thank you, Ashad. And I really appreciate your candid view on redesigning and rethinking the economy to support this segment. But I think problem solvers are critical. And as you mentioned, underemployment, Honorable Minister, you probably know, as Ashad also mentioned, that, again, the population of Africa and the young people are not just unemployed, but they're actually underemployed or are in the informal employment. So you now have even graduates, like Ashad said, through with university, with software development degrees, engineering degrees, now actually riding borders. And that's the reality of the African setting. Too many professionals coming out to too few opportunities. But I want to just talk about policy now and a bit of, reforms that you can think about from Uganda, but also from a continental perspective. The truth is that we could talk the buzzwords, and I love to talk about artificial intelligence and talk about robotics, talk about biotechnology, but Africa is still struggling with power, electrification. It's still struggling with smartphone access in the hands of our young people. I like Professor Luke mentioned the fact that the spending habits can become collateral. You have no land title, but your spending habits on an app like M-Pesa in Kenya can be studied, and that can become a source for your credit. So smartphone penetration is low, power electrification is still low, and of course, the internet penetration is also still low. What, in your view, would be the policies and institutional reforms that, are most urgent to create an enabling ecosystem for innovation-led growth? What are those priorities and urgent reforms that Uganda, but Africa, can actually begin to think about?
Thank you very much. At SCI, we have something that we described. We call it the National Development Triad. I've already referred to it, that we have summarized the resources of a nation at 3 points organized in a triad. And a triad, that's language of epidemiologists. We like to think about simplified things. So there are 3 things. 1, the natural resources that you have. But 2, the people. And 3, time. And how these 3 interact and are combined will determine the pace of development. Now, in the normal view of development for a long time in our nations, we have focused on the natural resources. And because of that focus in the natural resources, we developed these economies, the factor economies. And you do agriculture, you do mining, you do... The issue is that at that rate, just using knowledge generated elsewhere and capacities generated elsewhere, you'll run the economy to some point. But a time comes when the drag on it is too high. Now, for nations that have discovered a different truth, they focus on the human being. Focus on activating the capacity of the human being. because the human being in that triad is the only one who has the ability to generate new ideas and release wealth in the triad. And I think that many times as we think about the policies, we have not thought and put enough emphasis on empowering the human being. Because a well-empowered, look at the technologies we have, they didn't exist. They are all products of thought. They are products of ideation. They are products, and once you have an atmosphere which empowers and enables the human being to be creative, then the human being will find solutions and will expand the economy. So policies that are able to enable young people to have the freedom to create without over-constricting them, and we focus on creating an enabling ecosystem, will drive the economic opportunities opening up for us. Now, as I work as Minister for Science and Technology, I find that the human beings in our country are ready. This last financial year, when we advertised for innovations, we got 1,045 very high-class ideas for innovations, and they were all viable. And the challenge is I don't have enough money to support them. The challenge is the institutions which are supposed to support them are not wired. They don't have the mindset. The institutions are on a leash. They are constrained by laws, they are constrained by policies, they are constrained by attitudes, by understanding. And so we ended up funding, I think, only 50. And yet we're looking at all the others. So I could imagine just having, even if we were able to fund half of them. So how can we have policies that enable access to resources for people who can create opportunities for others, for themselves and for others? And these come in from different angles. You know, they come from different angles. Let me talk about regulation. We have regulations in our country which were designed to protect us from imported value-added products, you know? So the assumption was Uganda would never make a medicine. So you set up an institution to make sure that dangerous medicines do not what? Enter the country. What if now I want to make medicines from within the country? That institution still behaves as if I'm external. And it tries to make it so hard for me to go to the market. It makes it so hard for me to reach the market. And so if we can just come and look into that, and let me talk about the financial institutions. Close to home. They are wired to make it so difficult for you to access money. They are wired that way. They look at you from all of them. They look at you and they are designed. Innovation by nature, which is where we are going to release value, demands that you leave room for failure. If you're so afraid of failing, you'll never fly. So, but these institutions, and they are designed and regulated by Bank of Uganda to make sure that they are so afraid, they are so, even if they wanted to, you will constrain them. So we need to look at even less, the younger people are able to come up with the technology ideas, but the policy environment to enable them the ecosystem to be supportive to enable them. Like in underdeveloped nations, the need for technology is everywhere. But we constrain it so much that when you need a technology for managing a Bank of Uganda, there will be no locally developed one. You will be paying a foreign one. So instead of creating 1,000 jobs with that, you have sent those outside. Because our own ecosystem is so restricted, I want to put a food product on the market, which is value added, which extends the value, which extends shelf life, but you constrain it so much that for the next 5 years, we are selling on the shelves products which are imported, and the ones which are made inside, they cannot make it there. And so you are shutting out the opportunities for these people. And now the value of your education becomes very minimal to these people. One of the things that drives me is when I heard that the majority of our engineers, now I fear math. I did the math a bit, but I fear math. I stopped at a bit of statistics for biologists and what. But these engineers passed math. And then, you know the jobs they are doing? They are acting as auditors in the audit firms. They are working as bank tellers. Not that those are bad jobs, but what was the value of all that training? And lastly, the one thing I know, it is very easy to create jobs for these people. Very easy, with a little bit of tweaking of the things I've talked about. Design regulations, look at the policies and regulations to open doors instead of shutting them out. Once we do that, we'll create jobs very, very easily for these people. Put up a little infrastructure that enables them to fly without, being burdened with the financial. Like some of what we've been doing is put up this joint infrastructure. We have an infrastructure I've been working on in Revitete, such that people can manufacture, small manufacturing. You can just go there and manufacture. You don't need to set up your own. Precision manufacturing. And we took there 80 younger people, only for 8 weeks. And I was like, give me the right atmosphere. Give me a little bit of funding, and within 5 years, there will be no unemployment of educated people in this country.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. I don't know if many of you, especially Ugandans, have had an opportunity of visiting or driving by some of these industrial parks that she mentions, but they're actually up, and young people are already in there. So it's a practical discussion around the triad, which is really the national resources, the people, and the time. And I think I'll come back to you after, because we need to elevate this discussion now to the parliament and to the cabinet, and have a very focused discussion on policies that don't constrain, but rather policies that allow us to fly. And I think your point is really, really well taken. We'll talk about also the taxes on our smartphones, laptops, and devices. We'll come back to that. But Ashad, maybe on your side again, and I keep bringing you back on a global perspective, really. We've talked about DFIs throughout yesterday and today, and even central banks. She's hinted on the Bank of Uganda. I would like for you to just talk about the role of DFIs, and central bank has taken note of that discussion. My governor, my boss, will be here in about an hour. I will whisper to him that we need to, reduce the shackles, or we should remove them completely, but we need policies that enable. But to you, Ashad, how can DFIs, or what role can DFIs, even central banks, really play in catalyzing technology adoption while balancing the big words, sustainability, balancing inclusion and competitiveness? Where do DFIs come in and central banks come in catalyzing and play in technology adoption?
Okay. Let me first ensure that the technology here is working well.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Before I come to your question, I would like to respond to the Honorable Minister's comment, and she made some very interesting comment. I'll tell one. She earlier talked about the platform economy, in other words. You said that consider it as a land and where you're growing things and all those things. But I'm sure, Honorable Minister, you also know that there is an internationally a debate on this issue. Are we going back into a feudalism 2.0? Feudalism 2.0. Now, feudalism 1.0 was where they started in UK, then they took over Ireland, and that started. Then when they colonized others, then the feudalism was flourishing. And what was feudalism? The feudals owned the land, the peasants were over there, they got something to eat and a place to sleep, that's all. Yeah? That was feudalism. They had no other life. 7 days a week work, there was no weekend, and that was pure feudalism. So they worked for the feudal lords. The modern day feudalism and the modern day known feudal lord is called, his name everybody knows in the world, is the owner of Amazon. The owner of Amazon platform. Yeah, Bezos. Yeah. So people say that's some modern day feudalism. He provided a platform. I'm just sharing the views, the discussions that are going there without getting into the merits of it. But what people say is that there is a platform, that's the land, and all the others are working and paying that rent, so to speak, to the, in the olden context of feudalism, paying rent to those who own the platform. And the owner, the feudal, makes all the money, and the others can just survive. Amazon went to the extent to dictate the prices. So telling it to SMEs, at this cost you have to sell in this quality, at this quantity to this market. And how they produce things at times, there's no innovation within the SME possible because Amazon lays the terms as to how it has to be. So some people call it, it's a nice thing, platform economy. It's growing and it is fantastic, but it needs to be assessed that we do not enter into a feudalism 2.0. That's all. So the risks of a platform economy has not yet been discussed at the policy level, and that perhaps needs to be taken care of and removed, that one. Second, both of you talked about what Africa could do in terms of technology. My question to you, what is stopping Africa, for that matter, let me reduce it to Uganda, what is stopping Uganda to develop Africa's first mega data center? You don't have one. Germany is a very small country, 340,000 or 20,000 square kilometers, with only 82 million people, a number of them. UK is now speeding up. America has mega data centers and going forward. Now, why data centers are important? It is the physical backbone of all the rest digital infrastructure. Okay. Yeah? So if you do not have that physical backbone, you're always dependent on someone else. Imagine in a world of geostrategic, geopolitical, geoeconomic tensions, no matter how much you invest in your AI and technology development, one person somewhere switches off data center for you, you're dead. You can talk about your ride-hailing companies and all that. Nothing will work because you do not store your data over here. So what are the reasons? Number one, it is the physical backbone. Number two, you need immense computing power. Yeah? And you need immense storage capacity. if you do not have, and if you're taking from far distances, isn't it a disadvantage for you than having it locally, at least at the continental level? And when I talk about storage capacity, there is a huge risk involved with the storage as well. No matter what those data centers tell you, people still doubt the integrity of how that data is used. You have no control over the data that you produce. Yeah? One more thing. If you do not have data center or data centers, how are you going to enter into the business of cloud services? So all the businesses that are going to happen, whether you are driving a car, whether you are flying an airplane, whether you are having a tractor in agriculture, whatever industry sector you take, nothing will work efficiently, effectively, without cloud services that are scalable. So again, the answer here is your own data center. Another thing, the cost factor, the cost efficiency. These data centers will sooner or later become monopolies as well. So they will dictate the prices. So even if again, you will end up in a new problem. The new problem is right now you have low value addition. Yeah? So then those who control the physical infrastructure will have the power to make you work for low value addition as well. My question is, of course, where is the reliability of the future computing power of the house called Africa? None. So, and this is a big business, by the way. So if Uganda makes only one good data center, which requires its own energy production facility, because that's a major problem, no good data center in Europe can survive without its own good energy production. You have to produce, you have to be an energy producer to run a good, huge, mega data center. You have your African Development Bank. Yeah. You have there were so many here, Trade Development Bank, Afreximbank Development. I just don't know what is stopping you guys to put the resources together and build the best data center, one for Africa. And let me challenge Uganda Development Bank to take the lead.
Well said.
To see whether it is at all possible. I just don't know. It is not something I'm saying you have to do. I'm just saying that this is something you may wish to consider. Then you talked right now in your question about balancing. Balancing. This discussion has been going on for now good 12 and a half years. Everybody talked about, economics, economy. You're doing a business. You have to balance social, environmental, climate, this and that. These terminologies somehow somebody says this, others read it or hear it, and then other person start researching and using that word, and it becomes a universal language. But it is important, and next to me a scientist is sitting. She will, I think, never buy something, an idea, without questioning what is behind it. Scientists are known to question even the existence of the earth. Is it flat? Is it round? What is obvious, people think, they question that. Have you ever questioned what does it mean by balancing? Does it mean that they start to make money and I do a little bit good here, then I do a little bit good there, then I care a little bit then I plant one tree, and then I kill another 10. How do I balance it? So I think we can perhaps come out of, what I want to say here is de-jargonize development. So if we de-jargonize and we say, instead of balancing, what I'm trying to advocate for is to say, look, Making money is a legitimate right of a person. Make money. But make as much money as you want. Nobody would stop you as long as you make money without harming the people, and without harming the society, and without harming the children of the future, right? And by the way, anything that is good for us, for the people, is good for the environment. So even if we minus from our debate environment and climate, just care for ourselves, that we want to eat the most healthy food, then we have environmental friendly agriculture. Yeah? Do not have pesticides, we do not have all those things. The same speaks for poverty. We keep on talking about poverty. So I talked yesterday about, are we talking about, and it is all these policies and these debates and agenda development, is it pro-poverty or is it it is pro-poor or it is pro-poverty? So is it helping poor or is it creating more poverty? So I think if we can have some kind of an understanding, instead of talking about poverty, talk about prosperity, changing the narratives. That will help us, and we will come out of the debates of balancing. And that's one point. Now, coming to your another point, what DFIs and central banks can do. I have the pleasure to sit with the central banker right over here. So I will begin with the central bank itself. Up until now, my understanding of what is going on in the central bank, at least in your bank, and by and large in 99.9% of the banks, I'll be very honest, so you're not alone, 99.9% in the world, banks is going on. When they think of technology and they hire a chief technology officer or chief information officer and all that, here's what they think. They immediately think of nice working Wi-Fi. Yeah? All the laptops are working. You know, all the executives' laptops are good connected, and all those things. That's the job of a CIO, and that's how they look at it. But I think that's quite an unfair attitude towards looking at it. Up until now, and there is a reason for this. Reason for this is up until now, digitalization and technology use was to run within the central bank just smooth operations. So it was more an operations tool rather than anything else. But now here it is. You're making a monetary policy. The role of the chief technology officer is as important as the director research. Why? Because director research, or the executive director research in your case, who does provide the monetary policy proposal to the governor and the board, he does research manually. He collects the data manually, but those days are gone. So now, here it is. The big data for financial stability alone is collected in real time available. So you can develop your system to collect for financial stability, just like you could do it for your monetary policy. In other words, labor data. How are you going to forecast the labor data and all that? Now, your whole department is sitting, counting, and analyzing these things. But AI and machine learning, you can train your computers to forecast, and you will not send anybody from research department, early retirement or something like that. They will get better jobs to do. Right? So there is no such danger. So number one, your monetary policy requires AI and machine learning. It requires a complete overhaul of how you collect data, interpret data, use data, because no longer it is necessary or required. And above all, the accuracy of what you're going to do through technology is far better than when manually it is done, because human error are always higher. So that is one point. Then second, very, very, very dramatic change for the world and for Uganda is, here comes the, you can say, bingo for Uganda. When I met your colleague, one of your executive directors, and I was asking him, where do you print shillings? He said, not far from where I'm sitting. He was close to me in Frankfurt, close to. I said, they print there, the shillings. I said, how do they get there? So how do they get to Uganda? He said, we get planes coming in, full of cash shillings, land at Entebbe with military support, and then they are transferred to your volt, and then taken care of. So I asked, why don't you print? So he said, the paper ramps. So we have them, and one nice guy sitting over there, just take the one big ram of that, like a lot of shillings. So its risk is too high, we can't do it. Now, the era of digital currencies is here. So how much you will save in foreign exchange and how many jobs you will create by producing digital assets, digital means of exchange, because instead of those shillings, if you create digital e-shillings, okay? If you create e-shillings, you will be doing it here. Not only that you will be doing it over here, you will become the center of creating e-currencies for Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and you name it. Okay? Because they won't be able to do it very fast. Because if this afternoon your governor is here, and minister and yourself talks to him.
And he's coming.
And he is coming. Don't let him leave this hall. So he goes out and tells you, hire one more person. This is the project we are starting. Then minister can support. Yeah. Big time. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. But the policy decision has to be made. And there is no other person than Dr. Michael Etingi Igo who will decide this. Okay. Yeah. It's just one man. And his board, I met, they're all very nice people. They will all agree to it. Yeah. And you can go for it. It's going to be a huge game changer, not only for you, but for entire continent. And you will become an export of expertise to all the developing countries beyond the borders of Africa to create their own e-currency. So you can send your people abroad as what you guys love to hear, somebody come over here and does technology transfer and capacity building and all those things. You can turn around that table in your own favor and do that. So that is my answer when you talk about central bank. Moving forward, the monetary policy must also be conducive for Honorable Minister's job. Yeah. There are two things. Yeah. There are two things that must be conducive to enable her to perform and deliver. She can do whatever she wants to do, but when you and your boss goes in the other directions, she just goes north and south and wouldn't be getting anywhere. So now, why do you say so? Two things you need to do: monetary policy and financial regulation. Okay? Both needs to be reformed. These are the two functions you have. These are the two huge powers that you exercise. Again, whenever I meet people, they always try to find kind of an fictitious person who is responsible for all the troubles. Yeah, so that's the responsibility. Yeah, you see, everybody talks about policy reforms, and you even talk to policymakers, they also talk about the same problems. So they all know the problem. So the problem is that who is solving the problem? And so in your case, it's very easy. And you're blessed. You're blessed in a way. Because in many countries, in most of the countries, at least in the West, the central banks are only for the monetary policy. They do not regulate and supervise financial institutions. There is always a regulatory authority that does it. So it's very complicated. It's very, very complicated because those who are making monetary policy have a different set of knowledge, different set of goals, and those who are supervising and regulating the financial sector, they are more doing it on the basis of stability and all that they have enough capital adequacy, all those type of things. But they are not in the policy level aligned. In your case, it's in one house under one hat. Nothing can be better in this particular case. So now what are the exact actions? In monetary policy, ensure that the financial resources are affordable for productive sectors, and in the world that is driven by technology, for technology-driven sectors, the monetary policy got to be conducive for it. In the financial regulation side, again, you need reforms. I mean, these are not the reforms like you need legislators and all that. This is a job of a day. You sit and get it, and of course, I mean, this is a bit exaggerating, but if you work a few weeks or a month or two, you can have a fantastic change in how banks lend. Now, when I was talking to one of your colleagues, and in this session, there's some bankers also sitting, and when I talked about lending to new generation of enterprises and entrepreneurs and technopreneurs, and mistakenly, I would say, the word startup slipped from my mouth. And the moment that slipped, they said, yeah, central bank can't do it because it's risky. Yeah, it's risky, it's risk lending, and central bank would stop. And the CEO of the bank said, in your country, I don't want to name him because he's not here, not to speak behind the person's back, but CEO said, look, if I do this, the regulators, the supervisors will be in my building and I may lose my license. So that night, I thought about it. And I thought I did a mistake. And this is a universal mistake, not only limited to Uganda. Germany is facing the same problem. New businesses were always created in this world with the help of banks. Yeah. Banks were giving them the capital. They were always created. So you call it project financing or, business. They were not called startups. But since this term became modern, people started to think, oh, more riskier. But it's just one more new business. Yeah? That is number one. Number two, there is one huge factor that is being not even considered, let alone understood, which is, up until now, you say that if I'm going to give money to someone who brings in a feasibility study which I cannot compare, like if you bring feasibility of a sugar factory, you will take another 5 sugar factories and you will say, okay, what is the cost of the input, where did the raw material come from, where are the sugar canes, and where are the outputs and who buys it. Now you come up with a completely different product or different service that doesn't even exist, and perhaps even that industry sector doesn't exist. Not only that particular product doesn't exist, but the whole industry doesn't exist. So how are you going to compare it? So now here is the genuine problem, but the answer is there. There are two things you need to consider. Yes, sure. The last point is that the existing businesses are getting more riskier than they were ever before because they are being disrupted from the new ones. So you're no longer safe in investing in the conventional businesses anymore because they are being disrupted because of their business models, because of their obsolete technologies and all that. So they are being disrupted, so you're not safe there anyway. Okay. And secondly, you got to build up your expertise to understand and fund the new generation of business.
No, thank you. Thank you. Please just clap for Ashad. I have a feeling we needed maybe another day, another conference day to just talk about tech and where things are going. And I really want to, I know we have to wrap this up in many ways, but let me just ask the general audience here. And first of all, thank you for coming to this very, very important topic on the tech side. But how many of you actually have mobile wallets? And you use mobile wallets for your usual, Momo, Airtel Money, and if you're from another country, you use some form of, digital currency, or how many of you, by show of hands? Okay. Sorry? There? Yes, still used to, yes. And then how many of you can live without your phone for the whole weekend? You could do without the phone for 3 days, just by show of hands. You can survive. Okay, I see Barbara can survive at the back there.
That's a lie.
Barbara is a board chair, CEO. I'm not sure how she would survive without her phone. But I think you can see the reliance of technology on our personal lives. And I think the conversation must go higher, Honorable Minister. And I know you'll have just a minute maybe for, if you don't mind, for a last remark around this policy, around our devices, affordability, and I come from the monetary side, of course, but we want taxes, but we also want access. So where is the balance? Should we be subsidizing devices for our young people? And these are things that we'd like. But maybe just before you close that, because we're closing right now, is there any, and this is not part of the program, but is there any remark from the audience? Or, oh wow, I think I opened up a trouble area.
We have another 15 minutes.
Okay.
So we can take some remarks.
We'll take like 4 of those.
Yes.
So absolutely. Barbara, can you help me take that? I see some
people are going to hate me because now it's speaking.
But I can take the first hand there from an elder. I can
definitely start from here. Yes.
And keep balancing it out. Huh? We need demographics, gender. So if you'd like very short, a comment or question.
I'll make it short. But first of all, to thank the Honorable Minister.
Please.
Honorable Munyonyo for such an insightful.
Thank you.
And Ashad. My name is Henry Magino, but I just want to thank Ashad because I happened to take advantage of Ashad's invitation when we visited Karlsruhe in Germany, and he was very, very quick to take us to Siemens, where we saw innovation at its height. Ashad, if you remember when we were in Karlsruhe the first time, I've been there a couple of times. There was a young man who is an engineer who actually came up with a good design of an engine. And I think he must be the wealthiest man right now because you are trying to protect that invasion. I don't know whether you remember that, Ashad. And that brings me to my comment is that we may talk about technology, but you see, once you have a novel idea that has been developed in technology, you need to protect it. As a practicing advocate and a lawyer, I would want to see that Honorable Minister, when you are spearheading technology, you also spearhead those who actually come up with innovative ideas should be protected so that if anybody uses their technology, when it is patented, they should be paid some kind of royalties. That doesn't exist in this country. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Henry. Patenting and intellectual property, I think, extremely critical. Barbara, I'm following your lead. Remember, demographics, gender.
Let me give that
just very quickly. We'll take 4 questions and then, yeah.
And we want to go through. Let's keep it short.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Ken.
Yes,
just to say innovation is very difficult.
Yeah. Say again.
Innovation is very difficult.
Okay.
And thinking is not part of us somehow. I don't know. I teach architecture students.
Yeah.
But to get out an architect in 5th year is a tall order. So I just want to take it from here, guys. These things you're speaking can be very exciting, but be ready to work the long haul.
Yeah, yeah.
At the Sasa College where we are practicing industrial design, we're getting all difficulties. So when I hear the minister say, give us better policies, guys, we have thought enough. It's hard work enough to design. Take up our designs and commercialize them so they can have jobs.
Yeah. So, excitement to implementation.
Okay, thank you so much. My comment goes direct to the Honorable Minister. Mama, I'm always very hopeful whenever I see you. You really have some very great, brilliant ideas. Now, I want us to take it to the next level. I'm asking, isn't it time for us to have an innovation bank for these bankable projects, such that we don't kill the spirit of these innovators? Now, like the ideas that you sought for, you only funded 50. Now, with the innovation banks, I think there will be room. You people will understand that there's room for failure, unlike the commercial banks who are very risk averse. Thank you, Mama.
Wow. Your name, madam?
I'm Florence Odong, sorry.
Florence.
Two more questions.
Yeah, please.
Can I go to this side first and I'll come back here?
Okay. Yeah, the good thing they are majorly comments. We have an innovation bank is the first major, I think, question, but they're noting down and we'll have. So we can take 2 more because they were majorly comments. Oh, Barbara, microphone. And please give us your name and keep it short. Thank you.
Hello, I'm called Masood Obeid. I'm from a very busy sector, that's Forex Bureau and Money Remittance. I'm the chairman, and I liked when the moderator is from our regulator's side. I liked when the minister talked about joint infrastructure. My regulator, you take this from our side. We have a challenge with the current database at NIRA for us people doing Forex trading, especially money remittances. Since there's an idea that has come to that we should have joint venture, joint infrastructure cooperation, I would propose to the government that they should bring in a system whereby people doing especially money remittances, which is contributing a lot to the economy right now, we are getting 1.4 billion from money remittance people working abroad. But we cannot access the database. You get two people with the same ID and they're all originals. So that now that we are trying to talk about technology, innovation, and initiatives, let's have access to these databases for people doing the business. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Masood.
Let's take one more.
Just KYC.
Let me
access.
take one more from the front here, then we'll do another set of questions.
Okay, all right.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for everything that has been going on, Honorable Minister. My name is Wablembo Fazil. I'm a food scientist from WAMI International Company Limited. I do happen to follow STI fully to the extent that I'm excited to attend the exhibition at Chera Motors in the coming days. Now, as a young scientist, Honorable Minister, I would like to send our cries to you. We are really missing out on the government programs. Government programs are not well aligned to satisfy the needs of young innovators and young scientists. For example, today we are talking about UDB. I do follow UDB, and unfortunately, none of their products fits a scientist. None of their products fits an innovator, because they'll ask you for audit books, they'll ask you for feasibility studies. But if you're having a prototype that you are seeking to upgrade, none of that can be established. Honorable Minister, thanks a lot for that, and we shall be grateful if at all we can be incorporated to benefit from government programs, including the PDM and all those other government programs. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Fazil. Let me just take that last question. Yeah, that last one. There's, on what? Oh, yeah, please do find out and alert.
Okay, while they find out,
Yeah.
I'll ask the
And
questions.
That's a good caution. After that, we will allow the minister
Excellent.
to. Please.
Just two very brief questions, and thank you, Honorable Musenero and Mr. Shad, very insightful. Two questions. Mr. Shad, you've talked of digital currency. One of the issues that obviously arises when government is issuing digital currency is the power that then moves from the individual to government. If government can control all currency digitally, then that's a massive amount of power, because government can stop me from transacting anywhere, anyhow. How do you control, how do you create governance around the utilization of that power? Because with that power, with the loss of the freedom that an individual will have, that also affects the ability to innovate, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd love your thoughts on that. The second, in defense of banks, which have been bashed severely through this session. Banks obviously, they borrow. The reality is they only intermediate, so they're borrowing short-term from the customer to lend. What about if we shift the focus from banks to the guys who hold a heck of a lot of long-term funding, the pension funds? I would love to get your thoughts on that, Mr. Shad, so that you look more at the pension funds as a source of capital for investing in innovative products, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that Honorable Musenero can help to shape policy in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, Honorable Minister. I think there were a few comments, but also questions around the Innovation Bank. And also Fazil talks about government alignment. Please take it away briefly. I know we are wrapping in.
Thank you. Innovation Bank is my favorite idea.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to push it down the throat of all of you, and you are not listening to me yet, but I'm going to keep shouting until you hear me. Because unless we have a change in the thinking of the current banking infrastructures that we have in the country, then for us to move, we need an innovations bank. Pushed this idea, I'm pushing it. I don't think I've dented anything yet, but since I have Bank of Uganda here, and Mr. Shad is here, I think he has ability to consolidate, and we are trying to work out something with UDB to see if there is a collaboration, something that can give us a lot of lessons. We are learning together, but it is clear that not just for Uganda, but for these African nations, for us to get out of the mold where we are, the current financing system cannot support innovation. There is a long story to that. It's a long-term structuring, which is very restrictive, and I don't know whether it was intentional or incidental, but in a way, it creates a mold which restricts the progress of innovations, which, for example, and this is taught, and this is seen as standard practice, the things they are complaining about. Do I need to know everything before you can give me funding? Because how will I know everything without funding? And so you end up in a ping pong like that, and things that would move us forward. So innovations, a system for funding innovations that is more flexible and there's really a lot that we can learn from in the all over the world. The other one is indeed the Forex bureaus, the database. I think that's an idea for us to take up. We need to really bring together the data points, the people collecting data from people. If data cannot be utilized and analyzed and synthesized and coordinated, then it doesn't serve us. And of course, we keep talking, throwing, oh, data is the gold of the future, but not yet for Africa. For Africa, our data is just thrown around and we are not making use of it. So yes, we understand. The other question is the young scientists. Yes, we have Innovations Fund. We advertise. It is still small, but we are hoping and praying that now that people have seen the work that we are doing and innovation has become more trendy, I'm expecting that even Bank of Uganda should come up with a product which is specifically to serve these young people so that we can build. And I know that Mr. Shad has something he's working. So the next 1 to 2 years are going to be quite interesting. And we have learned a lot. We have taken a lot of bite. We have made mistakes, but we have also learned. And that is the only process. If you can allow me, let me also answer the question of, let me answer the question that you started with, which was, what was it? Let me see.
The intellectual property?
Yes, oh, there is the intellectual property. We are working on intellectual property.
Yes.
Together with the different stakeholders, we are working on intellectual property. So that one is actually moving. The policies have been a bit poor. We have just completed a legal and policy audit. And we are now thinking through, although we were just working with the URSB, we realized that we are just scratching the surface. No sooner would you go beyond that than you find barriers. And some of the barriers are very interesting. For example, we work with medicines, and this is Tosha's law. You know, the laws are, you find yourself caught. You didn't ever thought it would catch you. We're working to develop medicines, then we want to register, then we're told, oh, sorry, Uganda cannot implement intellectual property protection for medicines. Why? Because at one point, when we wanted to access HIV medicines, we signed in the TRIP agreement that we will not enforce intellectual property laws, and that was domiciled in our trade in our trade laws. And so we are trying to disentangle ourselves, because for a long time we never thought about African nations. I don't know whether this is only Uganda, but many African nations never saw themselves as a source of technology. They saw themselves as users of technology and consumers of technology. And now when we want to be a source of technology, we find a lot of cobwebs, including in the financing, including in the legal frameworks we find. So we are trying to disentangle, and within 1 year, we should have really a very clear legal framework 101 for receiving
ideas,
making sure that you can benefit, because it's not just patenting. Okay, how do I value? How do I value IP so that you can pay me?
Yeah.
It's just not there.
Monetized.
Yeah. Yes, monetized. And allow me make my final comment, so that after then I don't have to come back.
Thank you.
Many of the things that we are struggling with are results of historical context, our history. And most of this history has been captured and solidified in the frameworks of education that we receive. All of us, the economists, I'm interested in economists especially, the economists, the bankers, the scientists, all of us, there is a certain framework of mind that we have, which is more shapes us to consume technology than to develop and deploy technology. It works against us, and it has been inculcated in the various education systems, such that when we look at things that would lead us to developing technology and harnessing it maximally, we see it as dangerous. We feel threatened. We see that. I remember this issue of blockchain and digital currency. It has been there, and it was a near panic in the country. Yeah. It has been inculcated into fear. And I want to urge all of us, if we are going to have economic transformation, we need to make amends with technology. We need to feel comfortable that we can develop technology. We need to trust ourselves to develop technology. And how are we going to do that? We are very operational and non-thinking. Very few institutions have think tanks where actually people sit and think. When you talk about think tanks on the continent, we are talking about just research. But sitting down to think, for example, and say, why are we like this? And drill down, even from non-written things. We don't want to do that. When Bank of Uganda wants to do something, they will hire a consultant because they want to avoid thinking internally.
That is serious.
Yes, you want to avoid thinking. You want somebody who has already thought for you. So please, two things. One, let us stop delegating thinking.
Okay. Wow. Please. No more best practice and consultants.
Stop delegating thinking. STI has moved in the country for really 3 years. And you're hearing us everywhere. Before this, it was not heard about. Why? Because of thinking. I was telling you that we are sitting somewhere. We come here and sit to just think. No textbooks, no references, no what. Let's stop this addiction to international guidelines, to standards, to Washington consensus, and it becomes the law. Let us stop that. Because we have followed that up to now. We have followed that up to now. We now need, we are being 70 years, we are mature. Let us start and think and break down and discard some of these castes we have put around ourselves, and let us adopt learning. Don't fear to learn. You can be as good a source of a course, a source of educational material, a source of a degree that will be standard practice as anybody else in the world.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Points well taken. Commercial banks, central bank. I think we've got some a bit of thinking to do, but we shouldn't delegate thinking. And I think that's an African, parting thought to give in. I think Dr. Ken also hinted we should stop the excitement and come out of excitement to implementation. So I think these are all well taken, and I'm hoping the rapporteurs at UDB are going to harness these thoughts into actionable points. Dr. Patricia, we have a lot of conversations. Dr. Shad, if you had 2 minutes, I don't know how you'll do it. You can use AI to conclude this conversation. But Joshua has a very, very serious concern that the central bank now was moving from physical cash delivered at the airport and now running central bank digital currencies, CBDCs as we call them, or e-cash as you called it. He says, are we over-empowering the government? And he also says, can we shift, from commercial banks to pension funds as a source of long-term funding? So 2 questions in 3 minutes with your parting shots. Best of luck.
I'm going to use AI and be much faster.
Yeah.
The last one first, regarding pension funds, is a quick answer. All pension funds, social security funds are always part of the game, but please be aware of the fact that they cannot put too much as a percentage too much, because they really cannot risk. It is not their job. But at the maximum, 1 to 2 or 3% of entire this maximum what they could do, and they should be part of it. They must be part of it. So that's one. Second, regarding the central banks, I don't know if I got your concern or his concern right, but if I got it right, it is like about whether central bank should have his e-currency, or rather so many coins or currencies going around, more market economy type of a thing. You can never give the right of a government of holding the currency out of control. Yeah? What other methods of payments you're talking about, they will come and go according to market forces, that is fine. But what I'm talking about is something totally different. I'm talking about the shilling that you have in your pocket instead of that if you have it in here. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So even as we close, I think just to comfort you, the Bank of Uganda has just concluded a feasibility study on central bank digital currencies. And so we've been studying where this is going and some of the thought processes. It still needs a lot of thinking, but it basically means a digital currency is backed by a shilling. So where you had a shilling that's being printed, because it's a cost. Every time you land buoyings with cash, that's a cost. But what if you had a token which was secure and is backed by a shilling and has the same value that is going around? So I think that still remains a government, prerogative and mandate.
It must, otherwise,
exactly.
Well, I don't have the time to explain, but
yeah.
As you said, someday one more day on this. So,
exactly. So I want to comfort everybody that we have this thinking already. Nigeria has the e-Naira already, that they're already doing. I think Rwanda has some similar discussion. Bangladesh, China, they're all thinking this direction to get away from physical cash to central bank digital currencies. It's still similar one-to-one value. I want to thank you, our panelists today. I've been flagged on our time. Standing before lunch is not a good idea, and AI can't help us on that one. We need to go and sit and eat. So I want to thank you all. Honorable Minister, thank you. Please clap for the Honorable Minister for your insights. Thank you. And Mr. Shad, thank you so much.
And before we leave, again, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our panelists and our moderator, Colin. So thank you very, very much. We're just going to do just a few gifts and some picture moments. So I would like Patricia, the captain for UDB, to please go up and just show a little bit of appreciation, and then we'll have some picture moments, after which I will feed you.
welcome. Yeah, I just want to appreciate our panelists. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. Mr. Shad, thank you so much. Collins, I think we could not think of a better moderator for this session. Thank you so much. When the minister was speaking, I was looking at her and smiling. I thought she was going to say, we are fighting with UDB to help them understand innovation. And yes, Honorable Minister, I've said it now, but we are getting there. We're understanding. Yeah, thank you so much. But we're enjoying quite a good relationship where we are all trying to learn to see how best we can support science and technology innovation and Sejani, and we are getting there. And of course, to Rab for your always thought-provoking lessons, for us. So thank you so very much. Someone just raised the question on UDB. We have our director investments here. I think you'll be supported. We don't just look for financial statements. We support a lot of startups and ideas, and that's why we are partnering with the ministry, but also for some other innovations which don't fall under, the ministry. If you right from project preparation, feasibility studies, we are spending money to do that because we realize the importance of that. So get in touch with our director investments. We'll be able to let you know how UDB can support you. I just wanted to add those. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Patricia. I think at this juncture, let's hand over the gifts of appreciation. Can start with, yes. Thank you very much, Honorable, for always walking this journey with us. Thank you, Mr. Rab. We've walked hand in hand for quite some time. We're transforming this country. Thank you. Colin, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have had such an interesting panel session. So thank you very much, Colin. Oh no, that's going to help him think. Yes, that's going to help him. Not delegating the thinking. Can I please ask our EXCO members and our board members, I see Director Rachel in the back for a picture moment, Director Andama, Director Silva, I see our directors here, please. Can we please come up for a picture moment with our panelists kindly? Our EXCO members and our directors, kindly come up for a picture moment. We need to show Uganda and the world that we are truly, truly transforming through technology. All right. Sam. Okay. Are you with UDB? Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time that we can now head out to have our lunch. So our ushers will lead you. We will go to the same space we were at yesterday. So please kindly make your way. We have an hour for lunch, and then we come back for our
All right. Great, great. So, you know, Barbara, this morning's session was an interesting opportunity for us to share feedback, to be able to understand what they call benchmarks in different countries. And I think one of the most powerful statements that was made was, there's a gentleman, I think it was either Frank Ashwani, he mentioned something and said that instead of focusing on solutions, we should fall in love with the problems.
I hear you.
Now, because solutions will always change, but the problems will remain the same. So how do we handle them? So this is going to be very important. What is it, because I know you were in the other room, are there any key things that stood out for you, or?
I think for me, one of the biggest things that came out is Africa has a lot of opportunity, but we fear taking it. Okay? And the minister, Honorable Munyonyo, mentioned and said, we need to start thinking for ourselves. Okay? We should not hire someone to do the thinking for us. And that was very, very strong. Okay? So we have an issue, which is the problem, and then we hire somebody else to come and solve Africa's problem. So what are we doing? Are we actually solutioning for the actual problem that we have? Then Mr. Rab mentioned something very important. We can't talk about technology when you're not talking about things like data centers. Do we have data centers in Uganda?
Oh, yes, we do. I think
Yes.
we've got 2 or 3 of them.
And how big are those data centers
Very big.
for
In
the...
fact, I launched one of them. It's just 100 meters from my house. So
Yes.
I've ticked that box.
And how many Ugandan enterprises or entities use the local data centers?
You must understand that it's a mindset challenge because
exactly.
You remember there's a gentleman who complained and said, as much as we're using AI, privacy. If I give you my data, what confidence do I have that you're not going to misuse it? So those are all things that must be addressed.
And you mentioned it, you hit the nail on the head. And those were the discussions that we're having in the other room. But also on top of the data centers, we're talking things like storage on top of that. But bottom line, at the end of the day, as we are talking technology, how are we involving our young people? They understand that technological language. We don't, who are sitting up here. So how are we meeting those two together? So those are some of the things we talked about. And then there was something that came up. And of course, Patricia was heavily smiling that we need to start an innovation bank. And we were all smiling here. We said, but UDP has all the solutions you need, for the problems that we're facing here. So there were also those dynamics. We talked about the innovations we have, like the Kira motors. I'm sure, I hope we've all seen, we've seen a Ugandan-made bus out there. I hope we've had the chance to look at it to see what our Ugandan innovators are doing. But also I think what stood out for me, for both our presenters, including Colin, who was our moderator, is the passion they had for that subject topic. Colin has already done something in Uganda. The reason our licenses, it's an easy process, is because of what Colin and his team have done. And even in Bank of Uganda right now, and some of the new initiatives that they're talking about. So even the way the currency is going to be done today. So we look at the Bitcoin. You know that currency that people talk about that they don't understand? Bank of Uganda is doing a study around that to see how they can incorporate that. So it is not just the physical legal currency. Now we are talking about digital currency. So if the Bank of Uganda is looking at such options, that means we have a chance here.
So it's evident that technology has been a key point of interest in the last 2 days. But we'd like to wrap it up this afternoon with another aspect, which I think a lot of times we wait to be pushed into a corner to address it, and that's the aspect of sustainability.
Absolutely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome the moderator for this afternoon session, Dr. Abdi M. Kedir, the Director of Research from the African Economic Research Consortium. Please welcome him to the front. On the panel, we have the UDB Chairperson Association of the African Development Finance Institutions and Managing Director. Please welcome Dr. Patricia Ojangole. The Executive Chairperson of the National Planning Authority in Uganda, Pamela Mbabazi. I've been told to add AKA the Prayer Warrior. Let's give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A lecturer from the University of Nairobi, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Peter Muria. Chief Economist and Director of Research and Strategy, African Finance Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Rita Babihuga Nsanza. Dr. Abi, I hand over to you. Would you like to have a handheld microphone, or are you fine there?
I think I'm fine there. Can you hear me?
I think this microphone is 10 times better.
This one?
This one is better.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I should say thank you very much for the Ugandan Development Bank for inviting the African Economic Research Consortium to be moderating this final plenary. I am standing on behalf of our Executive Director, Professor Victor Morindi, who is your own compatriot from Uganda originally. I am originally from Ethiopia, but we work very well, and I hope I will represent him in a very fitting fashion as we go through the questions that I'll be quick firing at our distinguished panelists. Our Executive Director sent you his message and greetings to you, and also congratulations, because they were following it from a distance, that this is really a very nice and a fantastically orchestrated summit by a national development bank. Without further ado, I will directly go to the series of questions that I will be asking each of my panelists one at a time before I open it up for discussions with the audience, and finally giving my remarks, because when I listened and also read the blurb for the session, it highlights the fact that we are wrapping up the discussions of the 2 days. Therefore, I was listening to each and every one of you who were gracing the different plenaries and reflecting the different insights that are very, very important, not only from the plenary sessions, but also from the audience. I will give my reflections of the key points or the key takeaways of that discussion. So I will start by asking, first of all, Patricia, the Managing Director of the Ugandan Development Bank Limited. And the first question that I have is as follows. Patricia, as a chairperson of the African Association of Development Finance Institutions, what reforms are the most urgent to strengthen the collective role of African NDBs, or National Development Banks, in delivering industrialization and climate resilience, speaking directly into sustainability?
Okay, thanks, Abi. I hope you can hear me quite well. Yeah, I'm representing national development banks in Africa. And I think talking about policy, I want to just talk about an observation I made a few years ago. I was in some class where the program was development financing, you know, but when that course content, you know, kind of ended, nobody talked about national development banks, yeah? So they talked about everything, the examples they gave are the common ones, World Bank, African Development Bank, etc. and etc. And there was no mention in a whole course unit of national development banks. And it got me thinking and actually appreciate some of the challenges that we have had as national development banks on the continent. Of course, working with the association for a number of years and listening into the challenges that they keep on talking about. And they're just about few issues, They'll all talk about capitalization, the governments are not capitalizing them. They'll talk about governance challenges, they'll talk about their management issues and things like that. So coming to policy reforms, or to strengthen the collaborative role of national development banks, I just want to speak about them in 3 contexts. I think the first one actually is on policy priorities themselves. And the first thing I want to say here is the African governments need to understand the role of national development banks. I think His Excellency the President yesterday put it in the right context in terms of appreciating what the role is. And I think this is what we have seen across the continent, that appreciation of the specific role and mandate and what these institutions, or the key role that these institutions can play for their governments. But again, the National Development Bank should not just wait for government, to see. It's two-way. You'll have to approach the policymakers and kind of help them to understand and appreciate what role the banks have to play and how they support the development ecosystem in the country. And once that appreciation has been done at a policy level, then I think the rest of the conversations become easy. Why should we support them in terms of capitalization, etc.? So I think for me, first thing from a policy level is understanding what the governments to appreciate the critical role that these institutions have to play. And then providing all the necessary support and creating an enabling environment that can help the national development banks to thrive. Many people and many stakeholders to look at the national development banks of the 1980s that are kind of true. Probably there were issues around governance, there were issues around mismanagement, there were issues around poor performance, but we have moved beyond that. Lessons have been learned, yeah? And there are new national development banks, or the new thinking around national development banks, especially given the general appreciation and understanding now of the role that they have to play. So the right environment has to be provided. And again, this was alluded to yesterday by some of the speakers in terms of ensuring that there are right governance structures and frameworks in place. Because even though there is a national mandate, it's important that the institutions are run professionally well. And again, from our experience, that is like a key issue, a key point. Because when you get partners, they will come and they want to understand how is the institution run, what are the governance systems and frameworks that are in place, can we trust the people that are running the banks with financing and etc. and etc. So that is very, very important. And the government, from a policy perspective, have to support and provide that enabling environment for DFIs to run. Because we know for a fact that with the rice policy environment, before their collapse around the 1980s, the national development banks played a critical role for their countries. And then the other that I want to speak about is capitalization, or supporting with the right kind of financing. Funding is available. You can get any kind of money you want in terms of quantity. But I think what is important is the quality of the resources that can be generated. So you have to be careful in terms of how you mobilize capital, where you mobilize capital. But the important thing that I need to say here is, if the national development banks have to really create an impact, then scale is important. So many national development banks remain small, and they are failing to kind of scale up, of course, for a number of reasons, but the first two things that I've mentioned about, and those would pave way for scaling up. So the governments then need to support in terms of providing the capital, because then that capital should be channeled, to the kind of interventions, of course, aligned to the national development priorities. If you're not going to take care of that, someone else is going to come and provide, financing. But when someone provides financing, it's for their agenda. So it is not your agenda. So if you're going to run your agenda through the national development banks, then you have to support with providing the capital that then the development bank can channel to the national agendas. Secondly, I talked about 3 issues. I want to talk about 3 first policy priorities. The second is at DFI level. Clarity of purpose and mandate is very, very important. What is the mandate? What are the objectives? Is there a clear understanding? And then a compelling strategy aligned with national development priorities. Again, when you invite, or you're speaking to stakeholders, funders, everybody wants to understand, what are you doing? What is your strategy? What is your focus? And you have to demonstrate through to, this is what we are doing, this is the impact that we want to create. And that is where you identify commonalities in terms of, we have the same mandate, so we can probably work with you to further our mandate since it is similar. And then, of course, demonstrating relevance. When funding and capital and support is provided, what are you giving back in terms of socio-economic impact, okay? Reinventing business models to remain relevant. We had lots of conversation around this yesterday with all the changing, factors around us. How do you reinvent to remain relevant? Because you're not going to do business the way you did it 5 years ago. And then, of course, identifying the right partnerships. Now, lastly, in terms of collaboration, working together to share successes. I think we do work, for example, in the case of UDB, with a number of DFIs, where we come and we collectively put our expertise together. One of the DFIs we're working with is, for example, Development Bank of South Africa, who have been leading in terms of climate financing. We are leveraging, on what they have done to get support in one way or another. Or if there are projects that they have done well, we can learn from them and say, how can we tailor this in the context of Uganda and be able to mobilize financing for them, for that. And then opportunities for co-financing projects, okay? Multilateral and bilateral banks can rely on the local expertise to further an agenda, for example, private sector support. A lot of multilateral and bilaterals have money for private sector, but they probably don't have the systems to support the private sector in a given country. So when you engage, you're like, yes, we have private sector support, and then we get financing from the multilateral and bilateral to support private sector, SMEs, green projects, green finance, infrastructure, etc. So those are some of the ways that we can collaborate as DFIs on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia. I think in the context of exponentially expanding industrial policy interventions, I'm hopeful that the UDB is going to fund some of these industrial policy interventions, but I will say something towards the end of the highlights. And also in the area of mitigation and adaptation loans for the climate resilience that we all require. Now, if I may, let me pay my attention to Professor Pamela, who is in charge of national planning and development within the governments of Uganda in the cabinet. My first question is as follows, just focusing on the planning aspect. How can Uganda's national planning and development priorities be better integrated with the UDB and other national development banks' financial strategies?
Thank you, moderator. And of course, let me begin by thanking the UDB management and the entire team that organized this meeting for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. From yesterday, much as I didn't stay longer, we've been following online, and it's been very insightful, and we continue to really listen and learn. And for the panel that was there before that I did attend, again, very new ideas and insights that we've been able to get. And I really thank you and the board for arranging this. I hope it's not a one-time thing and that we can continue. But back to your question, moderator, you asked how can Uganda's national planning priorities be better integrated? I think perhaps for me, your question should be the other way around. And why am I saying this? Because the National Development Plan really sets the overarching goal and priorities for this country. It is the North Star, if you may, for the entire development and financing for the country. And therefore, I think in a developmental state like Uganda, we are a developmental state because one of the key objectives of the NDP4 is to strengthen the role of the state, and the creation and strengthening of UDB is really part of enabling us to finance the priorities that we've set in the plan. So really, I think within the plan, we've set very clear results framework. And for me, this should be the basis of developing the KPIs for UDB and other, of course, development finance institutions. We have, for instance, clearly anchored NDP4 in value addition, industrialization, aimed at creating jobs. So I would want to see more being done in UDB aligning its initiatives and interventions around how many jobs, if you give out a loan, how many jobs are being created by this intervention. I think that the task of UDB, in my view, should be aligning its financial pathways so that every shilling propels the priorities that we've set in the plan, which is, agro-industrialization, mineral development, tourism, and science, technology, and innovation, so that we have a clear pipeline of the goal that we want to achieve and that the financing, much as government is putting in other areas, but particularly UDB, as the development bank, is also aligning to ensure that the strategies and financing framework that you're putting in place is really accentuating what we've indicated. Some of the strategies that I want to propose that could help us align better, because I think as a country, we haven't done a fairly good job and we could improve. Why am I saying this? From the time I joined the National Planning Authority, and I have seen a very great improvement, and I must commend UDB and the entire team and staff. I think we've come a long way. But I think we could do more in terms of better aligning in terms of the key priority areas we want to focus on. I haven't seen a clear engagement between us as NPA, UDB, and Ministry of Finance in really asking ourselves for the next 5 years, what are the key areas that we are going to work on and hold ourselves accountable? I'm saying this because I haven't seen us, for instance, give KPIs to the board and say we want employment created within a year. And what areas are you going to focus on right now? I would love us to be more deliberate and intentional. So out of this meeting, I want to challenge my sister here. Can we have a sectoral alignment mechanism that brings us together to hold each other accountable, to see how do we create a technical working group, for instance, that focuses around agro-industrialization. There's a lot of stakeholders around that, but how can we better align the priorities? We have set priorities this year as government that we want to achieve. Is that where UDB is putting the funding? Are we asking ourselves together to see how we can make it happen? So I would love to see that happen, and maybe by having such a technical or sectoral alignment mechanism in place, we could better align the strategies we're trying to put in place. I think that our program-based budgeting is another alignment that I would love to see UDB aligning itself. We have the program implementation action plans for each of the programs, and we, I think, could do a better job in ensuring that the kind of financing frameworks you've put in place as the development bank for the country, are we actually supporting the private sector to invest more in those areas? Again, using the example of tourism, for instance. Have we understood what we need to do to unlock the potential there? So can we be deliberate and intentional now that we have funded so many hotels, but still we do not attract that many tourists? Can we then look back and see what is the problem there? In the panel we had before, we understood that we need to understand where the problem is before we even think of what to do. So I would love us to have much more deliberate, intentional conversations, which we are not having enough, so that we can better align with the priorities we set in the plan that are very clear, very deliberate, and that the financing frameworks that we put in place are in place. The final point I want to share is that of monitoring and evaluation. I would love that we have similar frameworks for monitoring and evaluation so that we know in the results framework, again, using the example of job creation, you're not assessing your performance around the number of loans that you've put up, but that you are really assessing yourselves around the jobs that you've created, and that we are working together to see that we are deliberately putting the funding where the investments will create more jobs. And if we can have a monitoring and evaluation framework that is aligned, that is talking to the priorities in the plan, as a bank and as a development bank, I think we will be getting it right. I thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Luckily, the existing empirical evidence is showing that there is already an alignment between long-term and medium-term planners like yourself and development banks. So already that is one. And the second one is, more importantly, you mentioned this coordination between Ministry of Finance, Planning, and the UDB. I think we are aligned, especially when there are crises, because it's only national development banks who are providing counter-cyclical funding when everybody as commercial bank stops funding when crisis happens. So you are already aligned, and I hope it will go stronger. Now I'll move to the IFC counterpart within Africa, that is African Financial Corporation, and I'll turn my attention to Dr. Rita to raise the following important question. I think over the last 2 days, we heard a lot about blended finance, innovative financing mechanisms. Even in the session before the lunch today, we had a lot of discussions about impact investing, blended finance, and other instruments that work for Africa, that work for our citizens. In that spirit and in that context, from the AFC's perspective, what innovative financial instruments or blended finance models can help recapitalize African NDBs and scale investment in strategic sectors? I think you can relate to the capitalization point Patricia highlighted.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kadir, and good afternoon, everybody. I think that the challenge of capitalizing development banks is probably, or replenishing the capital of development banks is one that is shared by all MDBs. It's probably the thing that keeps Patricia up at night and every other head of an MDB, mind you, not just in Africa, but across the world. And so what I would like to share, perhaps in response to your question, less so on the blended finance point, but I'd just like to share some learnings in terms of how AFC, the Africa Finance Corporation, has approached this issue. I think AFC has a fairly unique model that I'll just, if you'll allow me, just kind of expand on a little bit, because I think there's some interesting solutions there for the current moment. Mind you, I think the context that we're in, with a reduction in official development assistance, the much more nationalistic policies that that countries are undertaking, I think that this this environment is not temporary, it's here to stay. And from that perspective, how we generate capital to sustain our businesses in the long term needs to take a certain approach. If you're an MDB that's been mostly financed by your government, suddenly your government has its own financing pressures because they're not getting all of the external financing they were getting before. So I think this challenge applies to you as much as to maybe an institution like the AFC. So just to clarify a little bit, the AFC is a kind of what they call a bit of a DFI 2.0. We were established in 2007. Like every institution, we have our lore. The lore around us is that President Obasanjo and President Mbeki were having a conversation about what are the impediments to Africa's development. And the conversation revolved around infrastructure. And what they recognized was that Africa needed a dedicated institution, a Pan-African institution that could focus on infrastructure development. And so the AFC came out of that initial conversation in 2007. The seed capital of $1 billion was supplied by the Central Bank of Nigeria. And so the AFC is headquartered in Nigeria. But from that $1 billion in 2007, the share capital has grown to almost $4 billion currently. And roughly 60% of that increase, so the additional $3 billion in capital that's been created, has come from profits, from retained earnings. So for us, internal capital generation is an extremely critical aspect of our long-term financial sustainability. It does help that the AFC is a hybrid institution that's owned 59% by the public sector and 41% by the private sector. So we have a commitment to create value, and on behalf of our shareholders, we pay dividends. Now, conversations like this, I find, are sometimes uncomfortable in a development setting, but the truth is that every institution, all of us development-oriented institutions, have an obligation to our shareholders, whether it's one government or multiple governments, to create value out of the capital that we have been given. So prudent risk management and portfolio management to ensure that how we're deploying that capital is in a kind of a prudent way that creates additional value, I think is a very, very important aspect of our businesses. On top of, our primary objective is obviously impact and development, but I think the secondary, maybe just as important objective is to make sure that we're not losing the capital that has been invested in our businesses. So for us, that's a really important aspect of our long-term financial sustainability. The second aspect, so I mentioned 60% of our capital has come from, the increase in our capital has come from our own profits. The other almost 40% has actually come from for the most part, domestic African capital sources. And there's another aspect that I'd like to touch upon because I think it's been discussed quite frequently on several different panels, the extent of Africa's domestic capital pools. I'd say maybe up until recently, where the continent of Africa holds the unique position of being the only region in the world that expects the outside world to fund our development. And that experience is not borne out by all the recent sort of economic success stories, whether it's Southeast Asia or elsewhere. The fact of the matter is our own capital needs to go first, right? Our own capital needs to take the risks. It doesn't mean that there isn't a role for external capital. There certainly is, but that shouldn't be the core of how we fund our development. We believe this so strongly that in our every year we publish a State of Africa's Infrastructure report, and we have dedicated a chapter, just looking at domestic African capital pools. We estimate very, very conservatively, and we think we probably have one of the most exhaustive bottom-up analyses of what the domestic capital pools on the continent look like, whether it's commercial banks, pension funds, which are roughly $500 billion, insurance, which is around 300 billion, public development banks, including ourselves, which is another maybe 250 billion, and sovereign wealth funds, which is another 150 billion, that there's something like 4 trillion on a very conservative basis of capital sitting on the continent. I didn't mention central banks. I see the central bank governor is here because I think central banks have treated their own capital and reserves as somewhat apart from the development role that other domestic capital pools play. But in our analysis, we think that that should be included in how countries deploy local capital pools towards long-term development. When we look at where the existing capital pools are invested, it's no surprise, and we all probably know this, but a significant amount of African domestic capital is in very safe, conservative assets, which is mainly government securities and listed equities, but mostly government securities. This is actually very different, and we illustrate this in our report, from how other emerging markets like China and India, Vietnam, and certainly the OECD allocates their pension asset pools, okay? In those economies, you have much more of a sort of a direction of domestic capital pools into the real economy, long-term infrastructure assets. So I think part of the core work for us as development institutions is to find ways, advocate, speak to industry practitioners, speak to our regulators, but have much more, I think, common discussions, maybe having the pension funds as part of this discussion, so it's not just the investment side, to understand what it would take to channel those long-term savings into long-term development. I think this is actually super critical. It's probably one of our easiest options looking ahead in the current financing environment. So I think those are two really critical ways for internal capital generation. I'll mention a few extra things on the blended finance point, just quickly, that have worked for us at AFC. So the use of warrants, which are particularly useful for investors that need exits. Because obviously our assets, our investments are long-term, and a lot of, there are some classes of investors that need ways to recoup their investments in a shorter-term horizon. We've looked at things like green shares, and a very important aspect is also the use of tier 2 hybrid equity-like instruments, which all form part of our capital structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rita. I think your response gave me an opportunity to have a commercial break about my own country, because you mentioned about infrastructure finance and also the need for domestic resources to be put in front, even if we are also very keen to attract finance from elsewhere. I'm thankful to Angelo, who was chairing a session just before lunch, who was highlighting that Ethiopia has built the Grand Renaissance Dam, the largest dam in Africa, which is going to be inaugurated next week. Actually, I'll be attending the African Climate Summit. And this is the largest dam which was completely financed by Ethiopians. It can be done, and I think I'm very happy that you mentioned that infrastructure financing or long-term development finance can be done by domestic actors like African citizens. So that's a very good opportunity. And the next question that I'm going to pose is also another opportunity for another commercial break. This is as follows. We were listening to a lot of panelists and experts over the last 2 days about mobilizing finance. However, my institution, the African Economic Research Consortium, mobilizes knowledge. So I'm going to turn my attention to Peter to say something about knowledge mobilization, which is equally important as mobilizing finance. So in that spirit, Peter, I'm going to ask you the following question. What role should academia and data-driven policy analysis play in shaping the mandates and operations of national development banks in Africa? Particularly, you can highlight how it can be aligned with broader development goals or planning, as Pamela was highlighting. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Abi. Let me start by saying that I'm grateful for the invitation by the Uganda Development Bank to be part of this summit. I have done quite a number of work on development finance.
Sorry, is it on? Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry.
And the most recent work I did is as a senior consultant with Africa Development Bank in the production of the African Economic Outlook 2025, the work which started in September last year. So the question you have asked me, Abi, it has to do with partnership between universities and the development finance institutions, which boils down to knowledge sharing and data-driven investments. I decided to come with evidence on the kind of partnership that universities can do with the development finance institutions. With me here is this publication. This publication, published by Palgrave last year, is on perspectives on development banks in Africa. And myself and the executive director of AERC, Professor Victor Murinde, we contributed a chapter. So for the development banks that are seated here, it's important that you have a look at the book, because we focused on Ghana, the dominant development bank in Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Rwanda. Myself and Professor Victor Murida, we did for Kenya, Mauritius, Tunisia, Botswana, Zimbabwe. Then there is also a chapter on the multilateral banks, where AFDB is compared with Asian Development Bank. Also a chapter on African Eximbank, ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, EADB, that is East Africa Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, and the last topic is the future of development banks in Africa. Now, the issues that the researchers covered in this book has to do with the political economy and institutional settings of the development banks, the issues to do with corporate governance, the issues to do with risk management, the issues to do with monitoring and impact evaluation, and the issues to do with business models, and finally the challenges and policy options on the development banks covered in those countries. Professor Victor Murinde, George Kararaj, and Emmanuel Pinto recently, 1 month ago, also published the Palgrave Handbook of Development Finance. So ideally, we are talking of development banks having different business models. For the countries that we sampled, more than half are doing retail. But the Ugandan Development Bank is doing wholesale lending. And the question now becomes, how do you measure and monitor the impact of funded projects? What are the drivers of risk? What are the mitigating factors? And then the issue of data generating parameters. What should be the optimal financing mix? Now, all these questions are asking because they form what we call empirical scrutiny. Empirical scrutiny. That Uganda Development Bank, for instance, has been approached by a corporate entity that wants to borrow long term, contrary to what the commercial banks will do for about 72 months. And then the question is, do you lend in the mix of the financing structure? Do you lend, say, 20% concessional, 30% commercial, and the rest is equity that is coming from the borrower? So that becomes an empirical question. And therefore, the next point would be, do the development banks have well-endowed research divisions or departments? Do they have the skilled manpower to do that? If not, then that's where the universities come in. Because for UDB, for instance, the source of funds is known. It could be 100% equity coming from the government. It could be braided finance where you even have philanthropic money. So the sources of fund is known. What is not known is the utilization of that money by the borrower. So what kind of models do you come up with? Because you're coming from the actual, you know the actual, even from historical data, but you want to do the forecasting for the long range. Because this money is being borrowed for investments that go for many years. So suppose a firm approaches Uganda Development Bank and says, we need export financing. We are doing hash avocados, and we want to be exporting to China. Okay? So, this borrowing is long term, but the avocado farming is seasonal. It's seasonal. So what kind of simulations, technical model of simulations do you need to come up with so that you'll be able to do the forecasting on the ability of this farm that is borrowing to repay? At least UDB, the lending model is a bit different from majority of the African development banks, which are little, including the dominant one in Kenya, the Kenya Development Corporation, which is purely has a retail business model. But of course, it becomes a little bit tricky for UDB to monitor wholesale lending when the money is going to commercial banks to advance the loans. Even the question that the president raised yesterday and directed to the MD for UDB, Patricia, and he said, okay, you are lending at 15%. He even mentioned about the commercial banks lending at 22%. So how viable are these investments that they'll be able to repay, particularly if they are counter-cyclical? So that's an empirical question that also boils down to the monetary policy issue that is domiciled within CBK. And the question would therefore be, the central bank policy rate in this country is 9.75%, but the inflation is 3.2%. And therefore, that's why the president was agitated. That's why he was agitated, because look at the gap. Because it's a monetary policy issue, and therefore the lending rate for UDB remains high at 15%. So that's also an empirical issue that the Uganda Development Bank should partner with the universities so that they come up with a critical model that can address that issue by partnering, say, with Makerere University. Because it's a simple cost of capital issue. Inflation, yes. Sometimes inflation can even be high. Look at Rwanda. Inflation is at 6.3%. The central bank rate in Rwanda is at 6.5%. But Rwanda is growing at 8.9%. Why? It has to be the cost of capital to firms in Rwanda. That perhaps explains it. You could have inflation at 6.3% in Rwanda, but then you cannot use the central bank rate to address inflation shocks that are supply-driven. It doesn't work. So this is some of the issues, Abby, that I believe the development banks can partner with universities so that they have data-driven investments and so that they can be able to make informed decisions when lending. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. It's very interesting that you remember the questions from His Excellency President Museveni yesterday, and it shows that our decision makers should also be remembering the numbers that they are working on. So it was very important to highlight the relationship between inflation and lending rates and also the role of central banks. I think in the interest of time, in the last round of questions, I'll give you 2 minutes each because we have to also listen to the governor of the Central Bank of Uganda. Now I turn my attention to you for one final time, Patricia. It's good to see banks like the National Development Bank of Nigeria and UDB showing the way. Actually, I should really commend for what you are doing. In that spirit, my question is as follows. How is UDB positioning itself to serve the continent and also to serve the continental model for financing inclusive, sustainable, and innovative-driven enterprises? It is very loaded. You can pick and choose, but it would be fantastic if you give us how UDB is positioning itself to address actually the purpose of this summit, inclusive and sustainable development.
Okay, thanks, Abi. Just a quick reaction from yesterday and today. Here, you do not correct the president, and I hope nobody reports me. I'm looking at Pam here. But I think listening to how the president spoke yesterday, he said UDB used to lend at 15%. And yes, we used to lend at 15%, so maybe he's correct. But we actually lend at 12%. It's just there was no opportunity to. But I know that he knows that. So it's not 15% that UDBL lends at, but it's been a journey actually coming down, and so far we are at 12%. And quickly to my sister Pam, maybe a bit out, but you're asking me to align,
You have to.
Everything. But I'll not ask you how much UDB's budget allocation is out of the 72 trillion Uganda shillings alignment, but we shall pick it up between me and you and the Ministry of Finance around that. But just coming to your question quickly, Abi, again, how UDB's position itself as a continental model. And I think we don't want to say or advertise ourselves as a continental role model, but it's just that some things are emerging, or maybe it's merging like so, because I think there are some successes that we are registering. And earlier I talked about, the importance of us sharing, our successes and experiences at national development banks So we're just happy to share what has worked for us, just like we also learn from maybe Development Bank of Nigeria or Development Bank of South Africa, or all the other national development banks on the continent, Bank of Industry, as well as the other bilateral and multilateral development banks on the continent. So it is a journey. But what is it that maybe we are doing right and very quickly? I think for us it's really understanding what we are here for. What role does government want us to fulfill? Although we are 100% owned by the government, we have to be technically independent, but we have to know and understand that this is the policy role that UDBL has to play. And I think we have understood that quite well. And it's stated, you just have to go to understand what it is. It is written in the, objectives of the bank, in the memorandum and articles of association, and from continuous engagement and scanning where the development priorities are and trying to align as much as possible with where we see the development priorities are. So when NDP4 is being formulated, we are consulted, we are providing in, so we start already to see how we have to align. Our 5-year strategy is aligned to the National Development Plan. As they do NDP4 starting, we are starting a new strategy. 5 years, 5 years. So that is how we try to align. And then when we align, the other important thing for us is building local expertise. We talked about this in the technology session that we have. So building solutions that address our local development challenges. And then saying, if this is the case, what is the best intervention? What is the best intervention? Yeah. So, and this also informs, what we are doing, and currently our strategy and the kind of things that we are doing. So we really take time to understand. The previous speaker talked about, the importance of research, and we have integrated this. We have a fully fledged Directorate of Economic Research and Knowledge Management. So our solutions are kind of research backed. Of course, this is headed by our chief economist, and of course, they extend that to monitoring and evaluation of development outcomes. So for every money that we invest in a project, part of the conditions of approval by the board is how many jobs are going to be created, how much development impact, etc., across different measurement and criteria. And when we report our results, we are not just reporting what we have, how we are financially sustainable, but also on the sustainability on socioeconomic front. So we present both, and what we try to do is balancing financial sustainability with socioeconomic impact, and we have to demonstrate that to the shareholders. I think in the interest of time, I'll maybe stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia, I think, Pamela, if I turn to you, pretty much we agree that we have seen a lot of disasters in national development banks, mainly because of the failures of governance and policy tools. So that is a precursor to my question. In your opinion, what governance and policy tools are going to be very effective to align development plans of governments with financing mechanisms?
That answer was, that question was partly answered by Patricia, and really continuously engaging with the key players in ensuring that are we all doing what we're supposed to do and doing it correctly to get to the goal that we want to do. But in terms of Uganda specifically, I think we have this tool that we developed with the help of our development partners, the Integrated National Financing Framework, that is supposed to help us really align our national priorities and programs, and the financing. Are we utilizing it well? I don't know. Do we have time and space to do that? I think we should. It is a tool that really would help us ensure, for instance, that all the loans that we acquire, including the funding that we give to UDB, contributes to the measurable targets that we have in our vision and goal. So the Integrated National Financing Framework is a tool that has been put in place. We could do more. to utilize it to ensure that we are better aligned. We also have the medium-term expenditure framework, and we've had conversations in finance and at the NPA to see how we can bring in the development finance integration aspect of it so that it captures everything. Because I think this would create a sort of unified view of all development financing if we can then get it within the MTF. I was reading about Estonia. Estonia has done this very well in integrating the EU funding with structural funding for national planning of that country. And if we could borrow a model for that, then it gives us a bigger picture. I think that another way that, or a policy tool that we could utilize, I think, and this is more for UDB, and I hope you're thinking about it, in ensuring that we are mobilizing financing as a country for achieving our development goals, is for a bank like UDB issuing corporate bonds. I'm saying this because our sister country, Rwanda, has done that with the Development Bank, and I think this is an area we should look into. Take advantage of your credit rating now as a development bank, and let's see how we can really enhance investor confidence and bond marketability in our context. And I'm hoping that could also help us. But there is another tool, I think, that UDB could look into. And as a country, I think we could benefit by taking assessment to see periodically, are we aligned in terms of the goals and the financing? And I think South Africa as well has its development finance institutional review process that we could also, I think, adapt and see how periodically, are we really putting the money where it is? Have we done it correctly? And ensure that we continue to align. I think finally, the issue of harnessing domestic financing sources, I still, and this is a conversation, and I remember talking to my good friend, our governor, we're listening, I'm so happy you're here because we want to listen to you. The issue of the national social security funding, and I'm not a financial expert, but I get concerned that we have some money here. You could structure some framework for us to utilize it. So I would love to see more conversations happening on how we could ensure that we mobilize domestic financing here to help us get patient capital to implement the priorities within a project in our plan that can enable us, achieve our long-term objectives. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to the AFC, African Financial Corporation. I think I will cut some parts of my question so that you can really fit it into 2 minutes. How can AFC work with NDBs to promote industrialization in Africa?
I think we have the ambition, certainly of working with UDB and many other local NDBs. I think we've been more successful with some than others, but if I could just step back, in terms of our own mandate around infrastructure, industrialization, and structure transformation, the reason infrastructure has been so complicated, and the practitioners in this room would know this, is to do with the so-called infrastructure paradox. So somebody on the stage earlier, the moderator, was talking about why is there so much money and why is there so much work to do, but the two don't meet. And I hate to tell you, Pamela, but statistically, 100% of the 100% of projects in your national development plan, only 10%. So if you had 100, only 10 make it to financial close. Yeah? And the gap between those two numbers is project development and project preparation, as we all know. So for us, one of our core anchors of our business model is project development and developing pipelines of bankable projects, which we can then crowd in investors and putting our own equity to cover that risky aspect of the project's preparation. So this is something I think NDBs can leverage off of us. We've done, I think we've brought that to bear in Uganda in several different scenarios, but it's, I think it's an aspect of just getting key strategic projects off the ground, especially when you don't have the capital yourselves to do that. So bringing an AFC or an Afrexim that also does this into the project at an early stage to deploy their own capital. I'll mention two other very quick points. Like you, we also have a very high credit rating. I think we have the second highest credit rating of any African institution, global credit rating, investment grade A3, which we have lent to mainly West African institutions. I haven't seen this done in East Africa, but that's for a lack of, not for any particular reason, apart from finding the opportunities to do this. But if you're in the market for hard currency, we can use our credit rating as a wrap to lower your borrowing costs. And so we bridge sort of global capital markets with the local African environment when they need hard currency. Last but not least, we increasingly, and I like the point you made, Pamela, about planning, looking at understanding the problem before intervening. So in our analysis, we think that development of infrastructure in Africa is often done at such a localized level that we don't often benefit from, I would say, the positive externalities. So there is need, for example, for regional rail networks, continental rail networks, continental airline sort of permits and networks. Those are the things that are really going to unlock trade on the continent. And so there's some projects in our portfolio. I'll give you an example of the Lobito corridor, which some of you may have seen in the news. But essentially, AFC is the lead developer of an 800-kilometer railway that connects the port of Lobito. It's an existing railway from Lobito in Angola to Luakano in northeast Angola. And then there's a gap between Angola and Zambia. So we're building an 800-kilometer greenfield railway that connects Luakano to the copper fields of Zambia with an extra connection to the sort of mineral deposits of the DRC. The reason this railway is extremely important, it's not just an evacuation route for us, it's an economic corridor. It's the first time that the African continent will have a railway that crosses overland from East Africa to West Africa, because the Angola section then links to the Tazara railway, which goes to the port of Dar es Salaam. This is extremely critical, I mean, transformational, to be able to open up the continent from east to west overland and create a kind of a trade and economic corridor that avoids you having to go all the way down the bottom of the continent or all the way above it. And these are the kinds of sort of transformational multi-country investments that an AFC and Afrexim, sort of a Pan-African DFI can assist with where national development banks might not be able to. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rita. My final question goes to Peter. Again, in the interest of time, I'm going to cut it into something digestible, particularly when it comes to the role of African universities for co-designing local impact frameworks and sustainability metrics for operationalizing activities of the national development banks. What I mean by that is that, for instance, national development banks have a lot of roles, a social role, a development role, political role, and also a life cycle. However, most of what we look at is from the GDP lens. Most of what we measure, what we feel is a metrics for well-being is just a money metric and also focused on GDP. Therefore, what do you think will be the role of African universities to come up with some local frameworks that can be operationalized by national development banks for sustainable development?
Thank you, Abi, and that's a good question. Let me say something that will bring out the picture clearly, and I promise not to take more than 2 minutes. The third largest bank in Kenya invited a leading think tank, AERC, and the director is studying here, and I accompanied them. And the problem they had just the other day is that because the M-Pesa, the mobile money transactions are domiciled there, short-term savings investments, they have 3.3 million transactions, but they don't know what to do with it. And therefore, they wanted the think tank to come up with research models and estimations and blah, blah, blah. But of course, when you have such huge data set of 3.6 million transactions, then the traditional methods don't work. You may have to use the AI or the machine learning. Now, to your question on the co-designing of the evaluations models. Now, there are 3 impacts in which you evaluate the development banks. One, if Uganda Development Bank lends money to a manufacturing firm, there will be value addition. That is a development impact. And there will also be the technology transfer to some firms, like what the key speaker yesterday talked about. And of course, the third impact will be on the financial metrics of these firms that are borrowing. There will be growth in financial metrics. Now, there is no one-fit-size model for all the development banks. The reason being, they have different business models. Like I said, UDB is doing wholesale lending. So many others are doing retail lending. So beyond the GDP, and because you have to factor in the sustainability indicators, I give the example of the Africa Development Bank. They have the One Bank Results Measurement Framework. TDB, they have the Sustainable Development Impact Monitoring System, whereby they look at the contribution of the SDGs, and then they look at the theory of change and the log frame. And that is closely related to the same model that the World Bank is using of the World Bank Environment and Social Framework, which started testing last year, 2024. So there is no one fit size, and therefore that is where the African universities come in to partner with the development bank institutions and sit down and come up with a model that would fit their circumstances. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Before we conclude the session, let me take my assignment very seriously, as the blurb of the plenary, the final plenary highlights. It highlights that we have to really come up with a very succinct summary of all what we have been discussing. I'm not going to bore you for long, but give me 5 minutes, and I'll give you 10 takeaway messages from the discussions starting from the first plenary and the first keynote that we had yesterday. The first one is the following. Globally, as we speak, there is an exponential growth of the establishment of national development banks. So this summit is very relevant. In terms of statistics, in 2024, we had 155 countries establishing 536 DFIs and public development banks. The second point is the following. We were missing the boat because both the trade statistics highlighted by David and also the missing of targets of the SDGs highlighted by Frank pointed out, we are 2.5 or 2.3% of the global finance and global trade. In that context, that means we are the smallest players. So we don't have to keep missing the boat, and we need a lot of finance for our inclusive and sustainable development. His Excellency Museveni, the president of the ATDB, Admasu, my compatriot, highlighted the issue of cost of capital and also of scale. And the source of patient capital such as NDB finance is a lifeblood of most of the development plans and also processes that we put in place. Number 4, we have, I think if you speak to many people 10 years ago about industrial policies, they tell you that you must be losing your brain. But now we have what we call the new industrial policy. We have actually a conference in February coming up with the World Bank on industrial policy, ARC, STEG, CEPR, and IGC. If you look at the statistic, it is staggering. The industrial policy interventions in 2010 were only 34, but that increased to 260 by 2016 and to 1,600 by 2021. And just 2 years ago in 2023, the industrial policy interventions expanded to 2,500. So NDBs are very essential role, or they can play, and they should play a dynamic, in this dynamic trend of industrial policy interventions, which are yet to grow. Item number 5, we know that we have to make a transition. We know it is going to be asymmetric. If you discover oil, nobody should stop you from using it, but at the same time, it will happen because we are moving in different trajectories between developed countries and developing countries at some point. And even at this point in time, we should prioritize how we sanitize our industrialization process, and allocation should also be in the direction of sustainable development. And this is highlighted also in the discussions yesterday and even today. The macro point that we haven't discussed a lot, was the one which I tried to highlight is item 6. In times of trouble, in times of shocks, in times of disasters, it is NDBs. And there is empirical and sufficient evidence showing that they are the ones coming to rescue many economies and help countries to be back on their foot and also to a road to recovery. Therefore, they play a very, very important role. One thing that we discussed in some of the sessions yesterday is on the following. You know that the African Development Bank president took his place and his office yesterday. And he said he has 3 priorities: youth employment, youth employment, youth employment. So in the discussions that I have gathered, there is sufficient discussion on helping the creative industries, which we haven't really exploited sufficiently. The smokeless industries and emerging technologies like the fintech of this world are going to be transforming Africa. And we are yet to benefit from that. And that is another very, very important message that came out from the discussions. One thing that is missing, maybe a topic for the next summit, is to cover sufficiently the payment side of the discussions. We didn't discuss about, even if we were praising the importance of technology, we didn't discuss about digital payment systems and so on. We also were praising a lot of the technology aspect without putting some cautionary statements. For instance, yes, we can use machine learning and artificial intelligence techniques for profiling customers, but there are a lot of ethical issues when it comes to using these emerging technologies. And having a strategy at the AU level, which we have, but also enforcing it at the national level, is of paramount importance, with this caveat of the ethical aspect of running away with emerging technologies. So you have to use them, but you have to be very critical. I think that can also be a highlight in future. But at the same time, it is comforting to know that we have to really use technologies to improve our operations at the bank level. Item number 8 is the link between finance and trade, which I'm very happy about when David made the presentation. I heard him in Italy and I heard him here. You cannot really discuss trade without finance and vice versa. Therefore, to trade well, you have to finance well. And it is not really surprising that there is a co-movement between finance or FDI, whether it is greenfield or not, and trade. Item number 9 is the issue of scale. When I attended the AI summit in Kigali, I met a lot of fantastic innovators, young people, who are coming up with a lot of apps, proof of concept, and they show that it works, but it has never been taken by venture capital from Africa. Usually it is just taken by, away by some others. So I think we have a question to put forward there, how we can really bring our own venture capital to help these startups flourish and develop and grow and transform African economies. And finally, the issue of concept, as I said, our institution mobilizes knowledge, but you, bankers, and also financial institutions mobilize finance. But there is no transformation of economies through finance and financial development without a technical capacity that is required. And I think with that, I conclude this session, and I thank my host, or our host, Patricia, and all the fantastic panel members. And I leave the stage to you, Ronnie.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abiy. Let's give him a round of applause. Can you kindly stay on stage, all the participants? We call the board chair, Mr. Geoffrey Chihuguru, to do us the honors and hand over. Panelists, dear panelists, could you please stay on stage? We'd like to hand over a few gifts. So we'd like to have the special gifts from UDB handed over to the MD of UDB. This is what they call insider trading. But let's give her a big round of applause for being part of the panel. Thank you very much, Dr. Abiy, for hosting, and to all the delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very proud to have in our midst the governor of the Bank of Uganda. Let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Michael Atingego. Governor, I know that you have a keynote address to close, but a lot of these distinguished individuals would probably put on their wall a picture with you in it, so it would be an honor if we just asked you to just join them for the picture also. So let's give him a big round of applause. So these are the moments they say that, you see, when you're in the forest, the tree falls on you. It's an African proverb. So they say the last panel is the best panel because now they have the governor. I know, right? I tell you, amazing. Money has come. The money has come. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, MD. But ladies and gentlemen, now, without asking you to sit down, Governor, I think it would be unfair. Can I bring you your papers so that you can do your full address? Okay. As you can see, they don't trust the master of ceremony.
with high-level government documents. And rightfully so. I think you should use that one. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Distinguished leaders, partners, and our guests this evening, I really feel it's an honor to deliver the closing remarks at this inaugural Uganda Development Finance Summit. I want to extend sincere appreciation to the Uganda Development Bank for convening this very vital and powerful platform, which has united leaders from across Africa and beyond. Over the past 2 days, I'm made to understand that this forum has been more than a meeting. It's been a blueprint for a shared future. We have engaged in insightful discussions. We have explored innovative financing mechanisms and drawn inspiration from success stories across the continent. The presence of the delegates from national development banks, African governments, multilateral institutions, and the private sector underscores the urgency and commitment to our mission. The theme, the central theme of the summit, quote, transforming Africa through national development finance architecture, unquote, is not just a topic for debate. It is a call for action for the 1.4 billion Africans. We have learned and heard of clear demands: lower punitive interest rates, deepen regional integration, and advance exports-led industrial policies. Our discussions have highlighted successful models that prove strategic development finance is effective, creating jobs, expanding output, and lifting millions out of vulnerability. The message is clear. Development finance must be purposeful, inclusive, and forward-looking, correcting market failures, catalyzing private investment, and de-risking projects that traditional financiers tend to avoid. Africa stands at a defining moment to date, poised to lead the 21st century. With our population set to reach 2.5 billion by 2050, we hold a powerful demographic advantage. Coupled with the vast natural resources, agricultural potential, and the growing digital and the blue economies, our promise is immense. Yet, we face real challenges: climate change, debt distress, infrastructure gaps, and persistent poverty. So bridging the annual financing gaps in infrastructure and climate adaptation demands innovation and unwavering commitment. But our opportunities far outweigh our obstacles. The blue economy offers sustainable growth and jobs. Our renewable energy potential is vast, and the digital economy gives us a chance to leapfrog traditional barriers. As Professor Jeffrey Sachs reminded us, Africa, like China, can achieve transformative progress through smart investment and bold reforms. And the time is now. So, how do we re-image national development banks? We have explored how national development banks must evolve into bold architects of inclusive and sustainable transformation. We have, of course, heard from this panel discussion that the agendas of the National Development Bank must be aligned to the national development plans. But just allow me to say something. National development banks are supposed to address market failures and not to distort markets. They're supposed to de-risk and crowding the private sector. Let's look at how is the private sector financed today. Because of the limited capacity of the development banks to meet the long-term financing needs of the private sector, the private sector has ended up in commercial banks, who by their very nature are licensed to deal in short-term liabilities. So going to a commercial bank to ask for a 10-year loan for a development project for a bank whose liability averages 2 years is really suicidal. It means that the commercial banks have got to transform short-term liabilities into long-term assets, and that is very expensive. And that's partly why interest rates for long-term development in African countries, including Uganda, are very high today, because commercial banks are being forced to do maturity transformation from short-term liabilities into long-term assets, and that's very expensive. Whereas if we had vibrant development banks, these banks would finance the long-term capital of the private sector, and the private sector would then cash in on the commercial banks to finance working capital. So there is a need for the development banks to do the job for which they are licensed. But then they are constrained by availability of long-term financing. So the challenge is, how do development banks raise sufficient long-term financing to meet the immense needs of the private sector for long-term capital, the immense needs for infrastructure, for climate adaptation? So the aspect of long-term financing is critical. So can we issue bonds, corporate bonds, like the chair of NPA was saying? Maybe, but at what cost are you going to get these bonds? Because bonds are currently priced quite expensively. Just taking the example of the government bonds, I mean, you've got to benchmark on that. So are those rates really conducive to allow development bank issue their own corporate bonds? Maybe not. What do we need to do? Can we consider maybe thinking of something like sustainable financing, where development banks begin to think about running a sustainability agenda for themselves, so that you are able to direct your capital to sustainable projects with the aim of creating value for these projects. And that creation of value is what is going to crowd in the employment that we've been talking about, is going to ensure that the bank is ESG compliant, and that may be able to attract some capital to de-risk whatever resources that they have, so that we can lower the interest rates at which we are lending to the demanding private sector and the infrastructure gaps that we're talking about. But just simply looking at the policy rates of the central bank and attributing all the failures to it may not be a very good approach to it. We need to understand the dynamics. Why is the policy rate at 9.75? Inflation is at 3.8. You need to dig a little bit deeper into the monetary fiscal nexus to understand why that is the case. So the issue of interest rates is a challenging one. We all accept it, but I think putting our heads together, we can work to lower those interest rates. So in terms of re-imaging the National Development Bank, I think they must drive the green industrial policy, financing Africa's shift to climate-smart growth, expanding energy access, and unlocking private climate investment becomes important, because with the aim of aligning finance explained or accounted for by value creation, we should be able to track that for every loan that we have given out, what value have we created? And what value are we measuring? Are we measuring the impact of this in terms of job creation, value addition for exports, lifting people out of poverty. What are the national development goal agendas that we are trying to create? In that way, then we can have a meaningful development bank. Thirdly, of course, the agenda of fostering strategic industrialization becomes important because we believe that unless you add value to what we are producing today, we talked about the vast natural resources, but we can only earn good prices if there's value addition. So what is the role of the development banks in creating value addition? How are we creating bankable projects? How are we preparing bankable projects to take whatever resources that we are giving them? And of course, the other thing that we need to look at is promoting of regional integration, financing cross-border infrastructure, and unlocking the full potential of the African continental free trade area. So we believe that the future demands bold actions, and therefore the NDBs, National Development Banks, must rise to the challenge. Now, let me just come back home. Uganda, as you must have heard, is pursuing what we call a tenfold growth strategy, where we want our GDP to grow from the current $61 billion as at June 2025, $61 billion as at June 2025, to about $500 billion by 2040. And that is a clear vision. It is bold as well. So we are charting a bold path with this strategy, aiming to grow GDP by those multiple of numbers. This is more than an economic goal. It is a mission to transform lives across our nation. I was just doing a back of the envelope calculation that what amount of private sector credit do we need to support this growth? Looking at the private sector credit that the commercial banks are extending to date is only 12.5% of GDP, which is about $7.5 billion US. Now, if we were to calibrate the needs, the private sector credit amount that is needed to support the tenfold growth, we are talking in numbers north of $80 billion US. So the question that we are posing is, can the financial sector in Uganda mobilize $80 billion worth of private sector credit to support the tenfold growth? I think the answer is yes, but we have to be intentional, we have to be purposeful, we have to be smart in the way that we are going to do our business from now onwards. So achieving this requires full alignment. Government, financial institutions, businesses, and all development partners working in synergy. Now, what is important about this private sector credit is not just the working capital. It is long-term capital that is required to put in place the infrastructure to realize the 4 growth pillars: agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, science, technology, and innovation. We need to put in infrastructure for long-term capital investment so that the commercial banks and other financial institutions then can come and finance the working capital. So we need to deepen the financial sector by developing capital markets, instruments. To date, our fixed income market is dominated by government securities, treasury bills and treasury bonds. We need to think outside the box. We need to begin thinking, how do we introduce bonds like sukuk bonds, diaspora bonds, infrastructure bonds, green bonds, you name it. How do we put those bonds in place? And if we are going to put those bonds in place, do we have projects to offtake the resources that these bonds are going to realize? So project preparation to offtake these resources is also a key component. But importantly, long-term financing is important. So back to the point that Professor Pamela mentioned today, how do we unlock long-term financing? We need to have a serious conversation about our pension sector reforms. Because we believe that the pension sector reforms in this country will help us to unlock some of the long-term financing and even cause a rethink about UDB to consider maybe raising long-term resources domestically if we can unlock resources from pension sector reforms. So together with the various actors in this economy, particularly the Uganda Banks Association, the Bank of Uganda is trying to have what we call an ESG compliant financial sector, because we believe that if the financial sector becomes ESG compliant, we can gradually become a sustainably certified financial sector, and we're able to attract financing at fairly cheaper rates to de-risk the investments that we need for the purpose of smart green financing. So this is our commitment to build a resilient, inclusive, and a transformative financial architecture for Uganda's future. So many African economies, Uganda included, have maintained low levels of inflation. In our case, a stable exchange rate. Growth is averaging 6% for the last 3 years. It's projected to hover between 8 and 10% in the medium term. Now, this financial stability underpins a transformational aspect and also creates a fertile ground upon which development banks, investors, and entrepreneurs can build lasting prosperity. How are we taking advantage of the stable macroeconomic environment to support the activities of development banks? Can we issue a 25-year bond at reasonably priced yields given the low inflation we have, the stable exchange rate that we have, the strong growth momentum that we have? How can we take advantage of this to issue longer dated instruments to finance long-term activities? So as we've learned, there's a lot that we need to do, but we need to put our heads together. So what's my call for action? Call to action. Our success will not be judged by the eloquence of the speeches that we made in this summit, but by the boldness of our actions. We need to be bold, we need to be purposeful, we need to be intentional and strategic going forward. But we must direct finance across sectors with transformative impact: agro-industrialization, infrastructure, renewable energy, and technology. Crucially, it must reach women entrepreneurs, youth innovators, and medium, small-scale enterprises. These are the backbones of our economy. We can talk big about these big factories and what have you, but we need to see how do we get to these people at the bottom of the pyramid, the last mile. Our finance must be able to get in there, to bring these guys into a monetary economy. We need to make them financially inclusive, because once they're financially inclusive, we are boosting aggregate demand in the economy, and therefore the agro-industrialization that we're talking about has a market for its products and what have you. So we need to see how we can bring this. So again, a sustainably certified development bank has the capacity to get into this bottom of the pyramid. A sustainably certified financial sector, an ESG compliant financial sector, has what it takes to get to the bottom of the pyramid and leave these guys out of poverty, to join the circles of the monetary economy and drive the growth that we're talking about. So agro-industrialization means processing our coffee, not just exporting it. Renewable energy means building clean tech industries here in Africa. So the financial tools we have discussed, blended finance, green bonds, are not abstract. They're instruments of change, capable of transforming lives and communities. Let us not leave these ideas behind in this room. We must advocate for a global financial system that reflects Africa's realities and potential. That means reforming the credit ratings and ensuring development finance institutions respond to African-led solutions. This is about building an African architecture of transformation, resilient, inclusive, and a bold one. It demands unity. Governments, central banks, development institutions, private financiers, civil societies, academics, universities must act together. Fragmented efforts won't suffice. We need a holistic solution and courageous leadership. The partnership formed here must be activated. Commitments must become measurable results. As central banks, our role goes beyond monetary policy. We are enablers of sustainable development. The Bank of Uganda stands ready to work with our peers, the Uganda Development Bank, and all stakeholders to turn the summit's momentum into real progress. Let us rise to the moment. So in conclusion, the time for change is not tomorrow, it's now. The true measure of this summit lies in the actions we take to strengthen our industries, grow our economies, and empower our people. On behalf of the Bank of Uganda, I thank each of you for your dedications and energy. May the spirit of collaboration we have shared continue to guide our efforts. Together, let's build a development finance architecture that drives transformation, fuels shared prosperity, and propels Africa forward. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and may God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Governor, Bank of Uganda. Governor, before you come down, it is only courtesy that we should appreciate you, so we'd like to call the Managing Director of UDB to hand over a small token of appreciation. It's at this moment that I'd like to call the Director Strategy, Uganda Development Bank, and the Chairperson Organizing Committee of the Uganda Development Finance Summit. Please welcome with me Joshua Mwesigwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains on this remarkable summit, it is both my honor and pleasure, on behalf of the organizing committee, to extend our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to each and every one of you. To our distinguished delegates, thank you for bringing your insights, your experience, your energy, your presence here, and active participation have truly made this summit a success. Thank you. To our distinguished speakers, your words have inspired, have challenged, have enlightened us, and your energy and presence as well, and the conversations that you sparked indeed made this a successful summit. We are very grateful. To the team that I led in organizing this event, thank you for your agility, the spirit of teamwork that you typified, for bearing with me, for the late nights and the late night calls. Congratulations for pulling off a truly world-class event. To our partners, our volunteers, the support teams, your dedication behind the scenes kept everything running smoothly, and you were quite the force that made all this possible. At this juncture, I would like to request the organizing committee and our partners at the back to please stand up for recognition, and I request the rest of the audience to give them a clap in applauding their contributions. Thank you. They are right at the back there. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we part ways, I wish all of you safe travels. For those that haven't yet visited Kampala and the rest of Uganda, we encourage you to stay. They say you haven't lived until you visit. No, you haven't lived until you visit Uganda. So for those that came from outside Uganda, we invite you to leave. May the connections you have made and ideas that you've shared carry you forward until we meet again. Hopefully, by then you'll have even more stories and milestones to celebrate. Thank you once again. Stay well, stay blessed, safe travels. See you next year. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to immortalize this moment, we'd like to take a picture. Seems immortality is not going to be part of our agenda today. So we won't take the picture, but please feel free to explore all the places that Joshua has advised. Thank you very much and God bless.